evening. I'd like to call the September 8th, 2022 meeting of the Greenville City Council to order. I'm Mayor P.J. Connolly, and I'll be moderating tonight's meeting. First, I will do the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's usually the last thing Michael says.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Connolly.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Glover.
Here.
Councilmember Daniels.
Present.
Councilmember Blackburn.
Present.
Councilmember Smiley.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Bell.
Here.
All right, Mayor Connolly, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to approval of tonight's agenda. Madam Manager, any recommended changes?
Yes, Mayor, we have several changes this evening. First of all, on the recognition for the AKA Greenbacks for the Jackie Robinson baseball team, I believe we'll be having that recognition. They'll just be a little later in the night.
They're here.
They're here.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes.
Okay, well then we'll be able to do both the recognition.
Yes,
We
thank
are
you.
going to postpone the recognition for the Pitt County 12U softball team. We'll postpone that until October. Additionally, Mayor, I would request that the council add one item to the agenda, which would be item number 27, which is an application to the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency for the Rebuild NC grant to supplement Arlington Trace. And finally, I would request the city council add a closed session to the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda as revised by the manager.
Second.
All right. Motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Blackburn. Mr. Attorney, did you have
Yes,
something?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also ask that item 13, 2022-2023 Uptown Greenville Contract for Services be removed from the consent agenda to be voted on separately.
So can we just pull it off the consent agenda when the time comes?
Yes.
Okay, I'll agree to do that, and we can leave the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Motion's been made, probably second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our special recognitions.
I do not. Do you want me to find mine? Here, I'll find it. If you want to get started.
All right, thank you.
Here, the mic. Yep.
Okay, I found the mic for you.
Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, come on, Monica. Excuse me, Councilmember Daniels.
Councilmember Daniels, here.
You want to join us? You want to join us? No? Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we just had a request from the audience if you could speak up when, because they said they're having a hard time. Okay.
Okay, okay, you'll just make sure.
All right. Our first special recognition tonight will be the Cornerstone Angels of the Jackie Robinson team. And that will be followed by the AKA Greenback Jackie Robinson baseball team as well. Founded in 1992, the Jackie Robinson League in Greenville has been going strong in the Greenville community for 30 years. The league focuses on mentoring and coaching minority youth in West and South Greenville and highlights both athletic and academic achievements. We're proud to recognize two teams this evening on their outstanding performances this season. The regular season champs, the Cornerstone Angels, who are sponsored by the Cornerstone Missionary Baptist Church, and then the Jackie Robinson League tournament champions, the AKA Greenbacks, who are sponsored by the Iota Kappa Omega chapter of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. And it wasn't the Deltas, right? So let's all give them a round of applause, and we're going to call them up individually. You got certificates?
I do.
All right.
They started with the coaches.
I don't know. Is that who's on first?
Yes.
All right. Coach Ty Barrett. All right. Coach KJ Chadwick Jr. Okay.
Eagle Pride. Okay.
Coach Ralph Hernandez.
Just what members. Keep going.
Coach Bobby Wiggins. There we go. Congratulations, Coach. You can stay up here. You can stay out. You're not going anywhere yet.
Hang out with us.
Elijah Dudley. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Ethan Hernandez Johnson.
No.
Kevion Carney. Congratulations, Kevion. Kamari Morris. Congratulations, Kamari. Naheem Elamine. You must be the fast one. Shaquita Deloach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Coach Terrence Cherry. Tamir Dixon. Congratulations. I bet you hit the home runs, right?
Tyree might get one.
Tyree Dixon. Congratulations, Tyree.
You can stand over here, Tyree.
She won't bite.
Yeah, I won't bite.
Zaylin Deloach. Congratulations. Zevin Price. Benjamin Lima. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, let's give them a round of applause. All right, everybody come on in.
There you go. Some of you come up front. Yeah. The small ones come up front. Yeah. The shorter ones. I'm sorry.
Hey, everybody ready?
Just like there you go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations, everybody. Good season, good season.
By way. You have the others? Excuse me.
This is the other team.
Yes, it is. AKAs.
Might I say, not the Deltas. Ahmad Lovett. Congratulations.
He's didn't run up.
Anderson Thomas. Congratulations, Anderson.
Thanks.
Camden Johnson. Cameron Cherry. Congratulations, Cameron. Thank you. Cameron Jackson. Caden Cotton Knight. Caden Davis. Coach Robert Cherry. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you very much. Coach Chris Staten. Coach Alan Thomas. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coach Kevin Wright. Cody Cotton Knight. Jacob Johnson. Jameer Clemens. Kevin Wright, Jr. Miles Sutton. Zante Taft. All right. Want a picture? No, we're good.
No.
We're good.
You gonna stand with your dad? You gonna stand with me? Yeah, that's right. You in charge. Oh.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations again. Oh, you're not done yet. Yeah. We got some World Series champions.
All right now, okay.
All right, our next recognition is the 15U Babe Ruth team. Like I said, the World Series champions. All the players played in the Greenville Babe Ruth regular season and were voted on the All-Star team by the league's coaches. They began the All-Star play winning the North Carolina State Tournament held in Havelock, North Carolina. They won the regional tournament in Williamsburg, Virginia. The World Series took place in Stafford, Virginia. And this is the 9th Greenville Babe Ruth team to play in the Babe Ruth World Series, but the very first to win. And all 4 coaches previously played in the Babe Ruth League, which says a lot about our programs and how the community support continues after players age out of the program. It is an honor to be able to recognize these guys on being the world champions for Babe Ruth. So let's give them a round of applause. Andrew Knight Height. Coach Anthony Sade. Congratulations, Coach. Brandon Worsley. Congratulations. Brett Cash. Congratulations. Caleb Grandy. Coach Caleb May. Christian Lepresti. DeMarcus McCray. Ethan Simmons. Congratulations, Ethan.
Thank you.
Gavin Liverman. Congratulations. Manager Gene Briggs, I'm sorry. Briggs. I had one job. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Coach Hunter Christopher. Joseph May. Matthew Aldridge. Owen Simmons. Congratulations, Owen. Parker Watson. Congratulations. Trey Williford. Congratulations, Trey. All right. You guys ready for a picture?
It might be the short one here.
Getting closer. Ginger, is this close enough?
Yeah. Thank you, Jimmy.
Congratulations, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, we're gonna give these to Coach.
Thank you.
That it? Oh,
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is it off? Okay. I must send it to Valerie because I got my email. I was sending it to you. Can you send it to Valerie? She'll figure it out.
Yes.
It's a softball World Series.
Yes.
I think we're recognizing all these young men. We need to recognize our young women too.
That worked out really well. That they should have.
It's computer before it's time. Oh, boy.
You know, former councilman and North Carolina Representative Smith is here.
Oh yeah.
And I heard you talking about not Adelphia.
That's exactly why I said it.
Okay, all right, just watch out. Just watch out.
All right, we'll move on to the public comment period. The public comment period is a period reserved for comments by the public. Items that were or are scheduled to be the subject of a public hearing conducted at this meeting or another meeting during the same week shall not be discussed. A total of 30 minutes is allocated, with each individual being allowed no more than 3 minutes. Individuals who register with the city clerk to speak will speak in the order registered until the allotted 30 minutes expires. If time remains after all persons who have registered have spoken, individuals who do not register will have an opportunity to speak until the allotted 30 minutes expires. Madam Clerk, our first speaker.
First speaker is Dr. Yoshi Newman. Dr. Newman, you have 3 minutes to address the mayor and council.
Hello. Hello.
Excuse me, pardon the interruption, but we do have a statement that we have prepared.
Sir, you're going to have to wait your time to
Well, I do
speak.
request some additional time to speak. This is very important.
Okay, well, I understand, but you're going to have to wait your time. Everybody has to follow the
This is
process.
extremely important. This is related to the
Okay,
civil-
well, you're going to have to wait your time. She was up first, so she's going to speak first. You're welcome to speak during the public comment period. We've got plenty of time, so please refrain from speaking.
Miss Councilwoman Rose, we are requesting time to speak, please. There's an immediate issue that we need.
If you'd like to speak during the public comment period, you're welcome to speak, but you can wait. Clearly, you're not going to wait. Officer, if you could have them removed, please.
Working class black neighborhoods
And we're sick and tired of it. A third of the city lives in poverty.
Chief, if you could please remove them from the chamber, that would be great.
You've been asked to leave.
Monica Daniels, we asking for permission to speak, so we see you. Rose level, we see you. Thank you.
So y'all can just assault black people. That's what it is, right? It's people, it's black people in Pitt County Detention Center, serving prison sentences.
Bro, a black woman's
Hey, bro, black women here for no reason.
The city
For no
council
reason.
police
No,
$3
I
million.
consistently put surveillance cameras in
City
four blocks
council paid the police millions of dollars to go around and arrest black citizens.
Black schools don't receive
They are terrorizing black citizens. Rose Love and Monica Daniels know. Rose Love and Monica Daniels know that the GPD is nothing but a terrorist organization.
Not the right time.
All right. Dr. Newman, if you'd like to proceed.
Well, there's democracy in action. Maybe not according to protocol, but sometimes people feel that's the way they have to speak out. So, you know, I mean, that's what they feel they need to do. So, there was no offense to me to defer to allowing other citizens to express their concerns. My concern tonight is maybe a little related, but I want to be sure to specify in ways it's not. So I'm coming to speak about concerns about the police department. You're all aware that we have a shortage of officers, and their issues standing aside, because I'm not taking a position on their concerns tonight. My concern has to do with the traffic division. They are down to 2 officers. The constant complaints they get every day are about amped up mufflers that exceed the noise limit. But the way in which, I mean, there's no way they can enforce that if they're down to 2 officers. I've talked with the traffic chief about this, a year or 2 ago. And he explained to me there's really nothing we can do about it. I've talked with the district attorney. There's nothing we can do about it. There's loopholes in which if they write a ticket, they go through a process, and the loopholes, the ticket is declined or removed, and they go right back and keep driving the loud vehicles. So it's a constant complaint. I'm sure your constituents talk with you about it too. Am I right about that? Later we're going to talk about the assets of Greenville. This is not an asset. I think whatever neighborhood you live in, you are affected by that. So I don't know what the solution is for the police department, other than when I've spoken with the captain of the traffic division, he said, one is we can't get applicants. This is not a popular job. Pay is very low. Benefits are undesirable. People can go elsewhere and get more pay and more benefits. So it's something that I appeal to you, work with the police department, find out how can we support our local police to assist the citizens. And again, I don't want to commingle issues. I'm speaking specifically to the traffic department. So I appreciate your time and consideration. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Appreciate the feedback. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Mr. Nathan Maxwell. Mr. Maxwell, you have 3 minutes to address the mayor and council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I think we can all agree that we live in Greenville. I would invite you all to imagine with me, what if we looked at the word green in Greenville as a guiding principle for our city? And what if environmental responsibility and environmental innovation and environmental justice were central to what our city stands for? and could be something that our city is known for and something to be proud of. What are some ways that we could approach this idea? We could have a tree ordinance that protects the trees in our city that's actually enforced. We could stop spraying glyphosate and other harmful chemicals on our city properties and the greenway. We could look into industries that have their focus on environmental responsibility. For instance, glass recycling is something that we pay to have our glass shipped elsewhere to be recycled. That could be something we look into. We have a business here in town, Raw Plastic, that is recycling plastic, but on a relatively small scale. Perhaps the city could support businesses like this. So we could make Greenville more green. Something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Okay. Next speaker is Ms. Ann Maxwell. Ms. Maxwell, you have 3 minutes to address the mayor and council.
Is this microphone turned up? Because I couldn't hear him speak.
He was speaking very, very, very quiet.
He's just soft-spoken.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be loud.
Yes.
Okay.
We heard him, for the record, we heard him too. So.
Yeah. Oh,
Hopefully,
good.
hopefully everybody else heard him, but we did hear him.
Well, I couldn't hear him, but maybe it's my hearing loss, so.
Feel free to be
Okay.
loud, Ms. Maxwell.
Good evening. I'm Ann Maxwell, and I've lived in Greenville since 1966. And it's sad when I hear negative things about Greenville. And this past Friday, I had a doctor's appointment and had to wait for quite a long time. And when I saw my doctor, she said that the reason I'd had to wait was because they hadn't been able to replace a retired physician in the practice, and they had made offers to 2 different people, and those doctors said that they didn't want to move to Greenville. And so when I hear that, of course, it's very concerning. And I thought about, and I talked to this physician about it, about what do they want when they come to Greenville. And they want to live in a progressive city. They want to move to an area where there are complete streets for jogging and biking, and they care about the environment and want visible night skies and amenities that are offered in cities with a higher median income. If we want to be a destination city, we must be a progressive city. Every city in North Carolina is required to have a comprehensive plan, and we have a comprehensive plan, Horizons 2026. It's a progressive plan. It's an excellent plan. In fact, it won an award at the time that it was completed. All of the things that I believe people want in a city are addressed in our plan. And at your last planning session a couple of Fridays ago, your number 1 goal is to enhance community engagement. Well, the comprehensive plan, Horizons 2026, represents a year of community engagement. And after 6 years, I'm sad to say that I'm not sure it's talked about enough. The comprehensive plan expresses the vision of the citizens of Greenville who took many hours of their life to draft it. It discusses transportation, complete streets, opportunities to maintain a healthy lifestyle. And in the last year, I've heard citizens who have been really upset about trees being cut all over the city. They're upset about the bright LED lights, the lack of walkable neighborhoods and connectivity between neighborhoods. All of this is addressed in our Horizons 2026. So I'm asking all of you to please reread the plan and mention it when discussing issues, and let us know that our time and input mattered. In 4 years, it's going to be time to write another plan. And it would be great to look back and say that we'd accomplished many of the goals that exist in Horizons 2026. We need a green energy plan, a plan to reduce greenhouse
Time.
gases, walkable neighborhoods. And as
Thank
the,
you, Ms. Maxwell.
all right, my time's up. Okay, thank you.
I gave you a little extra.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Okay. Next speaker is Mr. Don Cavallini. Mr. Cavallini, you've got 3 minutes to address the mayor and council.
So it's been a while. And maybe you didn't expect all of us to be here tonight. My name is Don Cavallini. I'm the co-chair of the Pitt County Coalition Against Racism.
Please be respectful for the speakers. I understand if you're in agreement with them, it's fine, but please let them speak. You're going to have your opportunity to speak as well.
So I don't know whether anybody watches Stephen Colbert, but that was an easy one, right? Maybe those of you who are not progressive don't bother staying up that late nor listen to him, because you would probably disagree with him much too often. I'm here not to talk about that. I'm here to talk about what happened earlier as a reflection of what I plan to say. I hope this council is ready to deal with the issues that you saw talked about before they were asked to leave. Because if you're not, it's a storm brewing that's going to have many, many consequences. I'm here to tell you that I've been here 36 years in Greenville. It may not sound like it because I still have that way of talking from up north. But my wife's family's from here, and I have no intention of leaving here, no matter how much you might wish that I would. There's a history of law enforcement not being accountable to the public. Many of you who have been on this council for a long time know that's true. Some of you who have been here for a little while, compared to my time in this city, may not be as familiar with the fact that in 2003, 2004, 3 people were killed by Greenville Police Department. Kenneth Suggs, Eugene Boseman, and a white man named Carrie Turner. All 3 out of the 2 had mental problems. They were gunned down with no attempt to save their lives. And here we are, 2018, 2019, and we lose Brandon Joyner, Kenneth, and Sean Rambert, and another white man outside Academy Sporting Goods, all at the hands of Greenville Police Department. They're supposed to protect and serve. I hope you, in considering your new police chief, don't choose Deputy Chief Sauls. I don't know whether he's here tonight, and no disrespect to him, but I don't think the department is going to protect the citizens of this city or the residents who may not have papers. Because being black here, you are disproportionately profiled, as Denisha Rogers was, brutalized as she was, and that's going to continue until you have a elected,
That's time.
independent police review board that is accountable to the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cavallini. Madam Clerk, our next speaker.
Mayor Connolly, we do not have any additional registered speakers.
All right, anyone else who'd like to speak during the public comment period, you may come forward, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Attorney Dawn Blagrove. I am the Executive Director of Emancipate NC. Emancipate NC is a statewide organization that is committed to ending systemic and institutional racism and abolishing the carceral system. This is my second time today speaking to a city council. The first time I was speaking to a city council in Durham. Unfortunately, it was about the exact same issue. It's about police accountability. The question that I have for this board is, at what point do black people become a threat in Greenville? Clearly, it's not when they're playing baseball. They're okay. But at some point between baseball age and when you're a woman, a black woman with 5 children, there is a disconnect. There is a loss of civil liberties in Greenville for black residents as it relates to law enforcement. This woman was pulled over under the auspices of an expired tag. That sounds to me like a traffic stop. I just heard your doctor say you have 2 police officers on your entire traffic team. However, 10 of them, at least, viciously assaulted a black woman and her children because she expressed her First Amendment right to speak ugly to them. You have a cultural problem here with your police department because not only do you have law enforcement officers running wild, literally breaking black women's hands, literally, because she will not get back into the place that apparently black people have to stay in Greenville. But you have commanders and higher-ups here in Greenville who, according to your local newspaper, not only condone such vicious behavior, but commend it. You have a problem with the culture of your law enforcement department. I stand here before you to give you an opportunity to fix your problem. But make no mistake, the people of Greenville will no longer be alone. They will stand with and beside Emancipate NC as we shine a very bright light on the Jim Crow era policing that is being condoned by this board.
And that's
You
time.
hire, thank you. You hire your chief of police and you can fire them. The people of Greenville elect you to protect them. I'm gonna say it one more time. 10 police officers pulled over a woman about an expired tag. And that stop resulted in that woman having 2 broken fingers. And by the police department's own account, it was because she was being mouthy and uppity. It should be unacceptable to you that you have a police department that would condone such vicious behavior. And if it is not right now shameful to you, I promise you that I will make it my business to ensure that each of you are sufficiently shamed on a state and national level.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I gave you plenty of time, went over the 3 minutes.
Vicious
Thank you. Thank you.
and Jim Crow era policing that is
Thank you.
happening here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak during the public comment period, please come forward, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I am Nichelle Dunlap Thompson, recording secretary for UE 150 Charlotte City Workers Union. And it is sad that I have to travel so far to say so little that means so much. Here we are once again. Our cries have gone unaddressed. We've tried to have conversations in the right way. You will continue to have discourse. You will continue to have unstable residents until the Greenville Police Department are held accountable. It is unfortunate that we have people that look like me on this council that does not seem to be as upset as we are. I charge you this day to bring some justice to Sister Denisha Rogers and her children. I charge you this day to respond to what is going on here in this city, because the next time, I promise you, I will not travel alone. I believe that you all are very capable and willing and able to start the conversations to create the change, the shift in the atmosphere that is here in this place. They voted you in. You all can be voted out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else
Thank you.
like to speak during the public comment period? Please come forward, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For the sake of levity, I'll address Mr. Cavallini's statement about Stephen
Can
Colbert.
you state your name for the record?
Jayland Lampa.
Thank you.
As far as most progressives are concerned, he's a little overrated. But I'm here to speak on the contract, City Council's contract with the ENC Alliance.
If you're going to speak on that, you'll have to wait until we get to number 22.
Jeez.
You're welcome to speak. If you want to speak about something else, you can speak.
I would speak on that. I admit I was not the most aware of Ms. Rogers' tragic confrontation with the police as of recently, though I think it's a pattern that we've heard and seen all over the country for the past several years and decades. And while I'm not going to be as vocal as some of our others who appeared here, I do share in their sentiment that this is a concern that we should address, and it is long due that it should have been. Many communities, especially in the South, have a history of devoting so much of their resources to police departments, whether it be SWAT teams or whatever other programs they might have, instead of offering public transport or health care, mental health services to the community. I can't help but think that's that's a certain betrayal of our own moral character when we put more investment into that than taking care of the people, well, that they're supposed to protect. I speak of the police officers. So I suppose what I'm asking you, all of you, is to, despite all the anger, understand where it's coming from. It is rooted not just in police brutality, but in a centuries-long system that has exploited so many people. And I think it is our responsibility now, in this century, understanding where we are in this point in history, to correct it in every way we can. The way you can do it, well, I might suggest investing in those, what I suggested, public transport, mental health, education. I'm hardly an expert, but I do know that it is at least your responsibility to try. And if we cannot do that, then what else can we do? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak during the public comment period, please come forward, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Bob Edwards. I've lived in Greenville since 1995, and for what it's worth, plan to stay in Greenville after I retire. I just have a very briefly want to reiterate something that Mr. Cavallini said, that I think establishing or at least seriously considering an independent police review board would be a good first step towards healing some of the differences and the divides that have emerged or been shown to be in our community tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards.
Anyone else like to speak during the public comment period, please come forward, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. We'll move on to appointments. Madam Clerk.
Okay. Sure thing. The first appointment that I've got is the Affordable Housing Loan Committee. Councilmember Blackburn.
I didn't know I had that nomination, so let me continue that, please.
Okay, sure thing. Board of Adjustment, Mayor Pro Tem Glover.
I'd like to appoint Tanya Foreman.
Okay.
We got a second, anybody?
Oh, second.
All right, motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Glover, second by Councilmember
Rose.
Bell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Congratulations, Ms. Foreman.
Next board is the Human Relations Council, Mayor Pro Tem Glover.
I will continue that.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Next board is the Multimodal Transportation Commission, Councilmember Robinson.
continue that appointment till next month.
Okay. Next appointment is the Pitt Greenville Convention and Visitors Authority, Councilmember Smiley.
Yeah, the person who's listed on here is eligible, but I don't think he's
he's
resigned.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm working with the director to find another representative, but we haven't found one yet.
Okay. Next board is the Police Community Relations Committee, and this is a direct appointment. Councilmember Daniels.
I'd like to appoint Mr. Mark Parker.
Okay. All right, and that is a direct appointment. Mark Parker.
Congratulations, Mr. Parker.
Okay.
Congratulations.
And thank you for coming tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next board is the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mayor Connolly.
This is a really tough appointment, trying to fill the
I think that's
shoes
been a
of
really tough one.
of a
That's what I keep
sitting
saying.
council representative right now. It's
Put him
tough.
back on it. Just send him back down.
I've had somebody in mind,
No.
but they have not filled out the application, so I think it may be time next meeting to move on to somebody else.
Okay, okay. All right, next is the Recreation and Parks Commission, Councilmember Bell.
I'll continue.
Okay. And finally, we've got the Youth Council, Mayor Pro Tem Glover.
Okay, I'd like to reappoint Alex Guilford, Samara Hyman, and Sadie Smith.
Second. All right, motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Glover, second by Councilmember Bell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
Congratulations, Alex Guilford, Samara Hyman, and Sadie Smith.
Okay, and that concludes the appointments to boards and commissions, but I do have one more appointment to the Animal Control Appeal Board.
Okay, I was going to say, I've made good progress. I don't have the nominee tonight, but made good progress. Got a really good candidate, so keep your fingers crossed.
All right. And Mayor Connolly, that concludes our appointments.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The consent agenda includes the following items: an ordinance revising a speed limit ordinance for NC 33 in the city of Greenville to concur with the NC Department of Transportation ordinances. Item number 8 is a resolution for the issuance of new debt for Greenville Utilities Commission Combined Enterprise System Revenue Bond Series 2022. Item number 9 is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application to the American Rescue Plan Act State Fiscal Recovery Fund Grant for stormwater projects from the newly created Local Assistance for Stormwater Infrastructure Investment Fund. Item number 10 is a resolution authorizing the execution of the Rural Transformation Grant from the North Carolina Department of Commerce and designation of authorized agents for grant implementation. Item number 11 is the award of a grant of a design contract to H&H Architecture for improvements to Greenville Terrace Park. Item number 12 is the award of a design contract for task order number 1 to Moffett and Nichols for the Town Common Bulkhead and Esplanade Replacement Project. Item number 13 is the 2022-2023 Uptown Greenville Contract for Services. And item number 14 are various tax refunds greater than $100. Mayor, that's the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Smiley.
I'd like to pull the agenda item that the
13.
attorney suggested needed a separate vote, please.
Number 13.
Okay.
Councilmember Blackburn.
I would like to pull item number 12 off the consent agenda.
All right. Any other changes or requests?
I'll make a motion to approve it as done without the two items, 12 and 13.
All right, motion's been made.
Second.
All right, motion is properly second. Motion's made by Councilmember Robinson, second by Councilmember Smiley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
We'll move right on to item number 12.
Thank you,
Madam
Mayor.
Manager.
Item number 12 is the award of a design contract for task order number 1 to Moffett and Nickel for the Town Common Bulkhead and Esplanade Replacement Project. Recreation and Parks Director Don Octagon is available for any questions.
Councilmember Blackburn, do you have any questions since you pulled this item?
Um,
Item number 12, the bulkhead.
Could you talk, I know you don't have to, I'm not requesting a full presentation, but I think it's important for the public to know, even though we've talked about it previously, just a bit about what's happening and, you know, why we went with this firm. And I do have a question for you about it, but just, I think, a minute or two about what this is and why it's important.
So we did a study on the bulkhead and engineer evaluation. The bulkhead is currently 1,570 square feet, feet long, with a 15-foot sidewalk, and it was built in about 1967, 68. So the study found that it is in time for replacement, or at least for us to look at replacement, some options. Moffitt and Nickel did a evaluation on the bulkhead in 2004. They also performed the one this year, in 2022 in January. And so they have a complete history of the bulkhead, and so that they're a very strong firm. They have a lot of experience in coastline bulkheads, replacing, building, repairing at times. Ours, because of cost prohibitive reasons, can't be repaired, so they've basically encouraged us to look at a replacement. So this contract will allow us, this is task order one. They will look at, they'll do some more evaluation and research of the bulkhead and give us 4 different options for us to consider to a replacement of the bulkhead.
Okay, super. That really, so it's a little premature to talk about process, I think, at this point. One of the concerns that I heard was, it seems that a few years ago, the city was considering naturalizing that area because, and we're not the only city that went into wetlands and built bulkheads. You know, a lot of places have done it, and they're very attractive, and they, you know, draw a lot of people to the town common. But I did get the question, have we considered naturalizing it again, having that soft bank? Are there environmental considerations? Did we even look at that?
Yeah, so we've discussed all that was in the RFP, and so as we get through task order one, I mean, we will discuss all those factors you just mentioned. Environmental impacts will be a top priority, make sure we have no negative impacts towards town common. We are looking at the town common master plan that was done in 2006, adopted by council in 2016. That did call for a living shoreline. You know, they're going to provide us several different concepts, one being a complete replacement, and then another option would be a tiered replacement, and then 2 other options could come from that based on their research. So it's all about, so it's a great question. It's just probably a little too early to get into the weeds, but through this process, we will get in those details.
Thank you very much.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Robinson. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, we'll move on to item number 13. Madam Manager?
Item 13 is the 2022-2023 Uptown Greenville Contract for Services.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we got a motion by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Blackburn. I'll call on City Attorney.
Not yet.
Manuel McGirt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this item be voted on separately because there's a new statute that provides when a council member sits on a nonprofit board, the council member can't vote on a contract allocating funding to that nonprofit board. Councilmember Will Bell sits on the Uptown Greenville board as a board member, and I prepared a statement for him to make regarding that.
Thank you, City Attorney. I, Will Bell, am a member of the Board of Directors on Uptown Greenville, a nonprofit, as a City Council appointee. Upon the advice of the City Attorney, I recuse myself from deliberating or voting on item 13.
Move to recuse the...
Second.
A vote is not necessary because it's required by law, but thank you. But it's, by statute, you can't vote. So
all right.
Good to know you guys are in favor of the law.
But in the past, we've had to vote to recuse people.
Yeah,
so
this is a matter of law, though. It's a statute that says you can't do it. So
all right.
Yep. So
move to approve the item.
Yep.
Okay. And it was second by
Second.
Councilmember Blackburn. Any other discussion?
Did we have our present, and this may have occurred before I got on council, we usually have a annual presentation from Uptown Greenville
We
in
provided a
conjunction with
report
this.
and the notes to council, which provided a response on the the activities uptown that met the deliverables of the prior year contract. That was included in the notes to council that would have gone out last week.
Could we have a presentation? Is there a reason we're not having a presentation?
Well, I mean, all that information was in the packet too.
Right.
As far as what we're asking them to do.
True, I think it's important for the public to see that as well. And when we have
any changes from the previous year?
There have been a few changes. The contract included a few changes. I'm certainly happy to talk to Uptown about a presentation at another meeting.
Let's do that.
All right. Any other discussion?
Oh, yes, I have a question. What is different from previous years with this contract?
There are a number of items that are in the contract that are different from the previous year. If you hold on, let me pull that item up. This contract provides more specifics about the deliverables for Uptown. And that would include some of the work related to beautification, some of the work related to lighting, and some of the facade programs. The items related to special events, promotions, and private support are essentially the same.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to new business, which is the public hearings. This is the policy of the public hearings adopted by the City Council. A petitioner or a representative of the petitioner and a leader of those in opposition will each have 10 minutes. Persons following them will have up to 3 minutes each, with a total for each side no more than 30 minutes. Additionally, I want to remind those in attendance to extend courtesy to persons speaking during the public hearing and to the City Council during discussion. Comments made by members of the public are to occur only during the public hearing as allowed by the mayor in accordance with the adopted policy of the City Council. There should be no interruptions of speakers or council members, including expressions of support or disagreements, verbally or by applause, as this is distracting and makes discussion difficult. We ask for your cooperation. Thank you. Madam Manager, our first public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. The first public hearing is an ordinance to annex May Family LLC property involving 76.27 acres located along the southern right-of-way of Four Lines Road and west of Frog Level Road. Chief Planner Shante Gooby will have the presentation. Ms. Gooby?
Good evening. This is a rezoning. It's located in the southwest quadrant of the city. This property is currently located in Pitt County's jurisdiction. The subject property is shown in red. The current city limits is shown in green. This property is located in a future service area on the tiered growth map. It's located in the Swift Creek watershed, so it would require 10-year detention. This property will be located in voting district number 5. It is anticipated to yield about 300 single-family lots. The estimated tax value will be $75 million, and then the next item on this will be the rezoning request that comes with this annexation, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Ms. Gooby? Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Blackburn, second by Councilmember Smiley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0. And just for the record, I would like to note that the Uptown contract actually passed 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, move on to item number 16. Is there another presentation or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Item 16 is an ordinance requested by the May Family LLC to rezone a total 75.8 acres located south of Four Lines Road and west of Frog Level Road from rural residential in the county's jurisdiction to R6S in the city's jurisdiction. Ms. Gooby?
Again, this property is located in the southwest quadrant of the city. It's located south of Four Lines Road and west of Frog Level Road. This is a photograph of the property. Again, this is a survey of the property. It's made of 3 separate parcels. The property is located in the Swift Creek watershed. There are no jurisdictional streams or riparian buffers. There may be some jurisdictional wetlands. There could be a net increase of about 1,800 trips per day. This is at full build-out between the current zoning and the requested zoning. So under Pitt County zoning, this property could yield about 100 single-family lots, and under the proposed zoning district, it could yield about 300 single-family homes. The future land use plan recommends traditional neighborhood, medium to high density, which is along the southern right-of-way of 4 Lines Road. It transitions into a lower density, and then you also have some potential conservation and open space. And again, that's just showing you that as a caution for environmental constraints. The requested zoning is for R6. This is part of the medium to high character. Staff recommends approval. It's in compliance with the future land use plan and Horizons plan. And the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval at its August meeting, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Gooby? Councilmember Blackburn?
A quick question. You said it, but what is the future land use plan map? How does the future land use plan map designate this land?
It has basically 2 different jurisdictions. So it goes from to a medium high, which is along 4 Lines Road, the brown, if you look on the map to the left, and then it transitions down to a lower density, which is, what I would call that sort of that yellow color. And so the R6S is part of the medium to high density. So this is in a transition area.
Okay. And the part I'm looking at, there's a part like this, and there's a part like this part over here. What does the land use plan say for that?
Are you referring to this
Yes.
piece, the triangular piece? Yeah, so that's the low to medium. Again, the future land use plan doesn't follow parcel lines per se. So you're looking at this collectively, right? Three different parcels. And so it starts from a medium to high density, and then as it travels further south, it's it transitions down to a lower density.
And so this is in compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Scott Anderson, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant. As Shantae said, the proposed request is in general conformance with the land use plan. We believe that it is compatible with the existing surrounding uses. We did receive unanimous approval for recommendation by the planning board and also recommended by staff. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, any questions for Mr. Anderson? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. All right, seeing none. Those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or motion.
Motion to approve item number 16.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Robinson, second by Councilmember Bell. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 17, Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 17 is an ordinance requested by Coderized Development to rezone a total of 18.849 acres located east and west of South Square Drive and about 630 feet north of Whitley Drive from general commercial to R6. Ms. Gooby?
This property is located in the southern section of the city. It's more specifically located north of Fire Tower Road. and it's east of Memorial Drive. And so this rezoning is made up of two separate tracks, essentially because you have South Square Drive running in between them. So this is a photograph of each of those separate tracks. So track 1's to your left, that would be the one closest to Memorial, and then track 2 would be on the east side. Collectively, both of these tracks add up to almost 19 acres. The property is located in the Fork Swamp Canal watershed, so if stormwater is required, it will require 25-year detention. It is not located in a special flood hazard area. Jurisdictional wetlands, streams, and buffers may exist. There is really not a difference between traffic because you're looking at a difference between commercial at full build-out and multifamily at full build-out, so again, not a net increase in traffic. So currently the property is zoned general commercial, and under that zoning district, it could yield about 155 square feet of commercial space, so that would be retail, restaurant, or office. Under the proposed zoning, it's multifamily, and so it could yield about 225 multifamily units. The future land use plan recommends mixed use, high intensity at the corner of Fire Tower and Memorial Drive, which is sort of the darker purple, and then it transitions into just mixed use. The mixed use character is described in the Horizons Plan as a place to work, live, and shop, which basically means you can have a variety of uses. You can have commercial, office, and residential as well. The R6 zoning district would be considered part of the mixed use character. In staff's opinion, the request is in compliance with the Horizons Plan, the future land use plan map. Staff recommends approval, and the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval at its June meeting, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? Councilmember Smiley.
Can you go back to the picture?
I'm sorry?
Did you have a picture of the site?
Mhm.
Could you go back to it? I just remember, when I drive through this area, it seems like there's a lot of places out there that they've already laid out lots and put in sewer and,
This actually is off of South Square Drive, so it's just two sections of street
Okay.
that are just sort of stuck there for the time being.
okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Mike Baldwin, and I represent Coda Ride Developers. This is a tract of land that, like you saw on the map, has to the west has a cul-de-sac, and to the right, to the east, has a street stub. You do have coming before you next month the street closure petition that has already been approved by the planning board. We have the Coda Ride Developers has the property under contract with the developers of that whole tract. That was started back in the 2000s when these roads were put in this development. As Shantae said, it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I think you'll agree that commercial to multifamily is a down zoning, but we're still trying to provide that transitional zoning that we strive for. So to the north, you've got the two-family duplex subdivision, South Point. Now you'll have a higher density multifamily coming into the commercial, and that's traditionally how we like to see it, the same way how it is over off behind Aldi, then it goes to South Haven and then South Point. We have already had it evaluated for wetlands, and there are none on the tract, as well as we've already had the blue line streams identified. There is one shown on the zoning map that goes right through the middle of it. Sidewalks out there, people can walk to the commercial areas. There's a church and a school right by, so I think it's a good fit for the area. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Baldwin? Councilmember Blackburn?
I don't know whether this is more appropriately for Ms. Gooby or Mr. Baldwin, because I know once the zoning is in place, any kind of development can take place. But are there required is there required connectivity in this area?
quick. So, let's just look at one map. It'll probably be easier. So in this case, you've got the two parcels on either side of South Square Drive. So it already is interconnected, if you will, by South Square Drive. The parcel that's on the left-hand side is not going to interconnect because it's already backing up to commercial property that's developed. In this particular case, you do have Reimage Church, I'm sorry, I'm probably getting that wrong, that backs up to this. So there will not be interconnectivity to the east either. So what you basically have is you have that artery of South Square Drive that's going to come through, and you already have another street that's right here that you can see off of Sedona. That is going to connect to the east. So this is really the way it's situated. These are going to be two terminal developments, just considering how they're already boxed in by some of the other development.
And that was my concern is sort of the lack of ability to go anywhere unless you get, it's a pretty busy and going to be a more busy street, and I'm thinking about the residents there that won't have any way to get to the commercial or to other residential other than this one thoroughfare.
Hold on, maybe this might be just a touch more helpful. So as you can see, South Square Drive starts at Memorial up at the top, and it comes all the way down. It connects to Whitley Drive. So you've got signalized intersections at both of those, and then you also have Whitley Drive as well that serves this arc. So there's, in my opinion, there's plenty of interconnectivity to if you would want to go to the retail, which you have lots of restaurants along Fire Tower Road. This is a Sheetz right here. So you do have the ability, more vehicular than walking, but this is certainly all interconnected together.
And walking is what I was thinking about, walking.
Yes, ma'am.
And sidewalks will be installed as part of the development.
I don't know that there will be, I can't remember if there are sidewalks currently there or not. Okay. So, I don't know if you heard that, but there are sidewalks along South Square.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Anyone else who'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I've never seen sidewalks out there, but.
Those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Looking for board discussion or motion.
Move to approve. Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Robinson. Any other discussion before we take a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Move on to item number 18.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 18 is an ordinance requested by Front Porch Management LLC to rezone 1.4274 acres located between Red Banks Road and Southeast Greenville Boulevard and 350 feet east of Evans from general commercial to heavy commercial. Again, Ms. Gooby.
This zoning, or this rezoning, is centrally located in the city. It fronts on Red Banks Road. It's across the street from Camping World. This aerial is from 2020, so obviously this does not look like that anymore. Some of those buildings have since been removed. So this is a photograph. So you're standing on Red Banks Road and you're looking toward Greenville Boulevard. It's almost 1.5 acres in total. The thing about this rezoning, and I'm going to click ahead, it's a little hard to see, is this is actually a cleanup of several parcels put together. And so when we get a little further down, you'll be able to see that a little bit more clearly. The property is located in the Greensmill Run watershed. If stormwater is required, it will require 25-year detention. The property is not located in a special hazard area. There are no jurisdictional wetland streams or buffers. Again, this is a rezoning from general commercial to heavy commercial, so it really doesn't have an anticipated traffic generator. Again, this is to really clean up rezoning lines. And so on this one, hopefully you can see a bit better. You have the parcel lines, which are shown in white, and then you have this property that has a portion of it zoned general commercial and a portion of it zoned heavy commercial. So again, the intent is to have this whole parcel zoned as heavy commercial. So it's just to clean up the zoning lines.
Okay, could you do me the favor of pointing a little more carefully, because I actually can't see the difference in those two colors, so.
It's very hard for me to see the
Oh,
difference in those
good to know,
colors.
good to know.
But what I'll show you,
So
what I can,
that, so your mouse is moving along,
this is the
and everything
darker
to the
red.
bottom of the screen is already zoned.
That's the heavy commercial.
Okay, so this would move the heavy commercial
to this
toward the top of the
portion.
screen, toward Red Banks, from about halfway between. Okay, I think I see now. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's about 20/80 on the
Thank you.
split for zoning, okay? And so this is the future land use plan.
Are those
Again,
all the same color?
Those are
There you
all,
go, thank you.
it's all the
That's very
same
helpful.
red. We're going to make that one easy. So in staff's opinion, this request is in compliance with the Horizons Plan and the Future Land Use Plan map. Staff recommends approval, and the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval as well at their August meeting, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Ms. Gooby? Thank you very much. Public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for a board discussion or motion.
To approve?
Second.
All right, motion was made by Councilmember Blackburn, second by Councilmember Daniels. Any other discussion? All right, see none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Move on to item number 19. Madam Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 19 is an ordinance requiring,
Do you need some coffee down there?
yeah, I might need a little bit more than just a little Diet Coke there. An ordinance requiring the demolition removal of the non-residential building or structure located at 1311 West 4th Street, known as tax parcel 26988. Assistant Director of Planning and Development Service, Les Everett, has the presentation. Mr. Everett.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, bringing you 1311 West 4th Street before you tonight. Start off as usual with the parcel information. An aerial view. Building information, again, this has been vacant for several years. No active utilities. Building value and land value equal a total property tax value of $16,103. The estimated cost to repair would be over $50,000, which puts it in excess of 50% of the building value, which means that it's dilapidated, and estimated cost of demolition would be $2,800. There was a previous separate principal structure on the same parcel, and this is the accessory structure that remained. And I'd like to show you a few pictures. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance requiring demolition and removal of non-residential building and structure at 1311 West 4th Street. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Everett? Thank you very much. Public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or motion.
Move to approve.
Second. All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Bell. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 20.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 20 is an ordinance requiring the demolition and removal of the dwelling located at 902 Ward Street, known as tax parcel 6722. Again, Mr. Everett has the presentation.
Continuing on with the next ordinance, 902 Ward Street. Again, we start with parcel information. Our aerial view. The property information, it has been vacant for many years and no utilities. The current building value from the tax parcel information is $132,354. The land value a little over $4,000 for a total property tax value of $136,434. Estimates to repair the damage to this house is over $100,000. Again, exceeds 50%, so it's categorized as dilapidated. Estimated cost of demolition is $7,500. Additional notes, this structure was substantially damaged by fire in 2015. They did obtain building permits in 2016. Those permits expired with no approved inspections for repairs. They reapplied for a permit on earlier this year, and as of today, I will make a correction that the permit has been ready or is approved for issuance. I am not sure the owner has obtained the permit. He tried to obtain it for repairs. I'd like to show you some pictures of this location. And these next few are as of this week from the exterior. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance requiring demolition and removal of the dwelling located at 902 Wood Street.
All right. Councilmember Daniels.
So has this home been vacant since 2015?
Yes.
And so there was nothing to do to assist?
No utilities have been there. On the
Not the
property.
utilities, but helping someone like renovate? Because it's been 7 years, so do we not have services? I guess I'm a little confused.
Restate your question, please.
So in 7 years, nothing's been done to this home, and there's not?
Some of the pictures did show that some repairs were they did try to make some. There have been no approved inspections. It was severely damaged. It would have to go through building inspections and permitting in order to qualify to be repaired. They have put some vinyl siding on the outside, replaced some windows, but to my knowledge, that's about the extent of it.
So that's the homeowner?
Right, Councilmember Daniels, the property owner is responsible for the repairs to the unit.
Understood.
If the property owner is interested in participating in our programs, they would need to they would need to come and apply for our programs. Typically, our programs, our housing programs, are really directed to owner-occupied units, where the owner is residing on the property. Tiana is in the audience. I don't know if we've done a check to understand whether or not this property owner has applied. I don't think we have done that check, but.
And I guess no, don't mean to interrupt
Sure.
you. I guess my concern is we may have those things available, but are we making them aware that it's available? 'Cause
Right, we advertise, we put information out, we hold housing fairs. We have quite a lengthy list of, we have quite a lengthy list of people right now who are on the list, who want our services based on, but that's all based on funding availability. We don't have enough money to go around.
Right, and I understand, and I guess,
But
I
we
guess my
don't-
question is like when we have situations where they're not approving, it's not being approved. Do we sit this person down and say this may be available because inspections are not being approved? So they're kind of like wasting money, to be honest with you.
Right, while we share information with the community about the programs that are available, we do not go out and seek property owners out to share with them our activities, because frankly, we have a long list of people who are interested in those programs right now.
Right, and I understand that, but you're also saying that this is a home where we're not approving inspections. So do we say to this individual, go to Ms. Berryman's program and at least apply? Because now here we are 7 years later and we're demolishing it and
Right,
make it-
while we, in this case, this property owner applied for a permit and received that permit in 2016. And at that point, there were no additional inspections done. But we're not, that permit expired, and we do not, frankly, we don't have, based on our inspection staff and our community development staff, we don't have the ability to go through the list of places where people have applied for permits and not followed through. We don't have the ability to do
Right, and that's
that.
not what I'm asking us to do. I'm saying is if we see a residence that is being, that inspections are not, and I'm not saying skip line or do anything like that, but at least say, this is not working and you're pretty much wasting your money, so go apply to this department.
Right.
I suspect they're not even asking for inspections.
to
Yeah,
my
it's
knowledge,
not like
there were
they're
no
asking for an inspection and they're failing it. They're simply never they're never completing work that needs to be inspected and then asking for an inspection. So I don't think the interface that you're suggesting, where an inspector is standing there saying, oh, you haven't done it right, I don't think that's ever happening. I think they're simply never asking for staff to come inspect the property. Is that?
So who's doing the failed inspection?
To my knowledge, there have been no requested inspections by the owner.
And
So
no
we
failed
don't have any
inspections.
failed inspections, we don't have any inspections.
They haven't
Nothing has
applied,
been
they haven't
approved
asked for
and
it, they
received.
just have a permit. And
So we get to this
the other
point.
point I think it's important to point out is that, and that it has escaped me, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just say,
You're not
probably
the
the only
old
contact that person might have with city staff might be like code enforcement. Maybe code
Right,
enforcement
and
gets involved.
I'm sorry, that is my point. Code enforcement will go out to the property, code enforcement will engage with the property owner to tell the property owner that the unit is under code enforcement. And Mr. Everett can talk about the inspections that are done to let that property owner know. Mr. Everett might want to identify when this house went under code enforcement and if there has been any work that has been done at that property since.
From the onset of this case, that is why he has applied for the latest permit. But we have had no information that any work has been done to meet, again, no request for inspection.
So
I don't know why
And
he
I
has
get
done
all that, honestly, I get all that. My question is, when you become under code enforcement, and code enforcement realizes that they're just not passing anything, do we say to them, I don't know what your situation is, but if you can't afford this, go to this location? Because the reality is, and not you, but in general, some people don't have internet, some people don't read the newspaper. There are just things, we have to get the word out as much as possible, even if it's individual conversations. You may not know what Ms. Berryman's program does, but at least refer them to her, and then her department can explain everything that's going on. That's all
I
I'm
agree
saying.
with you, and I would feel safe to say that we have in the past when
Okay.
some conversation comes up, but to tell you if
This particular
This particular
one?
one was notified. It's been going on since the fire. I cannot say it has.
Okay.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Blackburn.
Thank you.
You're done, right? I'm sorry. Councilmember Daniels, you're finished.
I am,
Okay.
thank you. I
All
just
right.
wanted to say thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Blackburn?
And I think Councilmember Daniels actually there at the end asked the question that I was interested in asking, which is, had this particular property owner been directed to potential programs for assistance? And it sounds like what you responded is you do not have that answer.
I do not. I have personally not, but I am unaware of any other discussions.
And then my second question is just to confirm that the property owner has applied for a new permit at this time, but just hasn't
No,
picked it
it's
up yet.
demolition at this time, correct?
There's a
No,
permit.
he
90
applied.
days.
He has applied. I have found out that the permit application was approved. I am not aware if he has purchased the permit yet.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So there's a pending permit from the property owner. Thank you.
All right, any other
One question.
questions? Councilmember?
When was the permit applied for?
I believe it was the first part of July.
I'm looking at the minutes
I
we
don't
were
have the
provided.
specific
It looks like on June 30th, there was a hearing.
Hearing for code enforcement.
Was the decision announced at the hearing about what was gonna be done?
Yes, with the state that it is in now, the officer that conducted the hearing informed me that if we had to move forward with enforcement, that we would be moving towards demolition. We always give them some time to prepare. In this case, if he wanted to get a permit and if he was to hire a contractor company to come in and try to start building, show substantial improvement, and I mean, we would work with them, but we have not seen that.
So the hearing was held June 30th of this year, and the permit was applied for a short while afterwards.
Yes.
When was the permit issued?
Permit was approved
Approved, I'm saying.
this week or the end of last week. I don't have that specific.
So they would have only known
Days ahead, yes.
just a couple of days before we decided this, that they had a permit to build.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, any other questions before we open up the public comment period? I'm sorry, before we open the public hearing? Goodness. All right, thank you very much. The public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes.
You probably be
I'm thinking you're probably going to be
the next.
Come-
yeah.
the next one.
There you
Are you the homeowner?
Yes, sir. My name is Jerome Wilson.
So, Mr. Wilson, I think,
Of
You-
902 Ward Street.
Are you looking, you're not in favor of this, right?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, then this is for those that are in favor
Oh,
of
my
moving forward.
goodness.
So
Well, I
if you
got-
want to sit down for 1 second, I'll call you right, you can sit right down up here. You can sit right down up here in front if you want to.
It's not gonna be long.
You'll be up in a second. All right, anyone that'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes, all others have 3 minutes. All right, seeing none. Those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes, all others have 3 minutes.
So my name is Jerome Wilson. I'm the owner of the property of 902 Ward Street. And on June the 7th, I was summoned out of my bed, worked a 16-hour day, to come over to my property. Now, I have been making repairs that I could, and because of the pandemic, things slowed down. Prices of material went sky high. But I've been doing, but I did not know I was doing anything wrong, but some people was in front of my house. The property next door, 904, people took over that property. It made the working conditions for me unacceptable. There were drug dealers over there on one side. There's a vacant lot on the other side. It's like early in the morning, they go over there and they start sitting drinking. The same thing goes on over there. I've been complaining, especially when it was cold, because they were burning a barrel like they were in a park. And I was paranoid because somebody burnt my house down.
Mr. Les know, who I thought did it. It was no, I let everybody know, because I live around there. I live at 500 Contentment. That's across the street from the store. I came out to see what was wrong, and the officer said that there was a young man in my yard that was out on warrants. And he was sitting on my front porch selling drugs all day, and I told him that's a lie. Because people would tell me the same way they came and got me. There were people, neighbors, I've been there for a long time. Now, I have done repairs because my house has risen up out there like the Phoenix to me, because I know I've done some work there. Now, I have been out with permits, but when I saw what happened after that, I knew I had to get things straight. Because when I came in that night and I told that officer, I said, "You telling a lie." I said, because if somebody was on that property, on my porch, I have a dog out there, no trespassing sign up front, and people are always, my neighbors, I've been there for a while. They know what I do in that neighborhood. So on the 9th, there 8 police officers come to the house. Now, I know the officer was upset with me because I was tired, and nobody likes being called a liar, but I'm going to call it like I see it. I know ain't nobody been sitting on my porch because my gate is locked, and if it was, that dog would have run them off. I have had drug dealers tell me, "Old man, don't worry about going on over here. You just take care of that over there." The drunks on the other side of that drink said they get loud or whatever. But see, that's my retirement. I'm 61 years old. I will not be able in my lifetime to buy me another home. Now, it was burnt, but I did the best as I could. And right now, with these permits today, and with all them officers come, I've dealt with code people before. I know that this was not just a code thing. It was to come and show power, intimidation, and when I saw all them cops, each one of them got a gun with 16 bullets in it, maybe assassination. So I know how to chill, but it hurt me that I had to go through that. But I just want to tell everybody here today that I applied for them permits, and with my family, because this was my white whale. I was fighting this on my own because I wanted to do the personal thing. I did this. But right now, me getting older, I'm going to ask for my family help. The community's going to help me, and I'm going to put my house together. I've got to show I'm not intimidated about the people in that neighborhood. Everybody knows me. I just want to ask y'all to give me the opportunity to put my house back together. I applied for the permits, and I got my family and friends backing me. Normally, I go to work and do it all myself, but I'm gonna get help because I didn't like how they treated me in my own yard. I've been through code before. They takes me in the house, they point out what is wrong, and then they write it down on a paper. I couldn't even go in my own home, and then they come out and give me a paper. That officer that night said, "I'm going to file a complaint with the city." I said, "For what?" "Well, he might not have been sitting on your porch, but he was in front of your gate. But my gate is locked. I can't help what's going on the outside. That's why, even though it might look, that is to keep people out. Because they will steal my tools, stuff that I got to work with. So I had to do my own type of security system. But I'm here to tell you, the council right now, that I'll be over there about 24/7. When I'm not working, I'm going to have people come, and I'm going to put my home back together. Because like I say, at 61, I ain't going to be able to buy nothing else.
Any questions for Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Wilson,
Yes, ma'am.
we did a ride-around last week or week
About
before.
2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know the exact house that you're talking about. Now, when we did the ride-around, I don't know where you were, but there was a lot of people on the porch. They were drinking, and they're just sitting around like they own it. And I know how people do when a house is vacant. They just move right in if they don't see the owner or whatever. But I think that if you want to fix your house in a timely manner or as the weather permits you to, you should have the right to do that. So can I make a motion?
Not yet. You gotta go through the public hearing.
Oh, we're not through it yet. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, so we gotta go through public hearing before I can make a motion. Huh? Yeah, I do intend to support you on this. For you to get your house together and, in a timely manner. I know what you mean. Things are sky high. We've been doing some work and things are just so high, you know, you can't even afford it. It'll eat up all your money. You don't have anything left to eat with or anything else. But, I think if you show good faith effort to the city, that I will support you in your, endeavors to do your home. But it looks bad if there's a nice looking house on one side and there's a bad house on the other side. You know, I'm not talking about your property, but if there's a nice house, you ride around down the street in a couple of blocks or less, you see nice homes, really nice homes. And so that brings the value down in the homes that the people over there are trying to keep them up. And so, I think you should have the opportunity to try and fix your house up.
Thank you.
I agree. And I think also maybe we, or you should get together with some of the police officers in the community, because we have heard some things about the people who are sitting around there. And just like yourself, some people may be retired, they're older, so they're afraid in their own homes. And that's something that we don't want. But we also don't want to take your home from you, because like you said, that's all you have right now.
Yes, ma'am.
So I truly support that.
I thank y'all.
So this is where we work together.
All right. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Blackburn?
I also support allowing you the flexibility, room to get your house redone. Do you have any idea how long that would take, just so that we as a council can be aware of that?
Well, I'm gonna ask the council if I can have about 90 days, because, like I said, I'm soliciting help from my family and some of the community people. I normally did not do that, because I didn't know I was really breaking the law. I didn't know that I was doing anything wrong, but apparently I am. But I want the opportunity to fix my home, so when I do start getting my little old age pension, because it's very hard now to, the prices of renting to live is just going out the roof. So that's what the opportunity I will do. I'm asking for 90 days. And 90 days, can y'all come back and we'll see. But during that time period, some of the things that I've been hearing about police is just kind of startling. But I have been kind of around the area, and I can witness some of the things. And we gonna have to put up a fentanyl wall, because we just had a holiday and there were 2 people that fell out. I work in the medical field, so I'm obligated. They both all right, but that hindered whatever I was doing because of that. And there do be people sitting around drinking. I do have friends that will come and help me or be up in there with me that have drink, and I do be working. I try not to label people, because everybody got a, some type of thing that they have fought against. And if nobody ever helped me, I wouldn't be here talking with y'all today. So it's up to me to help somebody, and I do that.
Okay, and we'll have some of our, if you give us your information, we can have some people contact you to see, in the future if there's help. Like the city manager said, we do have programs, but we also have lists, because there are a lot of people that need help. So I can't promise you in 90 days your name is going to move up that list. It may be 2 to 3 years, but it's a process to get you started. Like you said, you're going to do some work if you need something additional, and if you qualify as you move forward, at least your name will go on the list, okay?
But is that for owner-occupant houses?
It's typically
You
for
own the
owner-occupant house.
But you have to live there.
Right, he has to live in the
By
house.
the time it comes up, he will be living there. I mean, he's trying to fix it up so he can retire, and the list is very long. That's something we all know.
But if he's currently in it, that's not his
so
personal
you can't even
residence.
apply if you're currently.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the rules are.
Right.
Yeah.
Mary might be able to say
Right,
that, but.
and I feel like we're going way
Yeah.
astray. At this
Okay.
point, the issue is a code enforcement issue, sir. The fact that the house is in dilapidated condition, as Councilmember Glover has pointed out, even when we drove by the house in the middle of the day 2 weeks ago, there were many, many people at that house.
On the-
Okay, on the property,
On the
yes, sir.
property, yes,
The
sir.
fence is a real problem because nobody can see on the other side of the fence. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that property, sir. I understand that it might not always be your responsibility if you don't live there, but there's a lot that goes on, and Councilmember Glover, Mayor Pro Tem Glover, if I can just finish just a minute. So what I hear you saying, sir, which I feel good about, Mr. Wilson, is the fact that you've indicated that you're going to go and aggressively work on that house, and that we're going to see honest improvement, true improvement on that property within the next 90 days. That will serve you well, and that will serve the entire neighborhood well. And that's, in the end, that's what code enforcement is striving to do, and that's what the police department is striving to do as well.
That was a lot of guns for one man. And in that day, there wasn't just me and a friend of mine.
And sir, I'm
That's-
going to
that
just
was
say this.
very
I don't
scary.
think it's at this point to talk about about that. In this case, what the discussion is today is the code enforcement action. I think the council's indicated to you that they would, well, they have to take a vote, whether or not they would be willing to postpone the demolition, the order for demolition on this property. But I do hear Mr. Wilson indicating his desire to make improvements to that property, which will serve the neighborhood.
Is there
And I'm
any-
happy to talk to you,
Yeah.
Mr. Wilson. If you want to reach out to me tomorrow or Monday, I am happy to talk to you. And Mr. Cowan over there will give you my number, and you can give me a call next week.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Wilson? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
And anyone else that'd like to speak in opposition to the applicant, they come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Juanita Ross. I am Jerome's sister, and I know of this property from beginning to the end. This property was, in a sense, given to him by D.D. Garrett because they made the price so low that he could afford it. Because of the simple fact that he's a young black man from South Carolina. We never really had nothing, but our parents taught us something. And the thing about it is, this house is in the predicament it's in now because when he was trying to get it fixed, it mysteriously burned down. It wasn't a mystery, it was set afire, and he knew it was. So when a house is set afire, it's harder to bring it back to where it's supposed to be. Yes, it may look dilapidated to you all, but to him, it's his home, because that's all he have. And we work night and day trying to get it fixed up. I put my own money into it. I'm already getting ready to put fences around the house. But to take it from him, it's like taking his life away from him. And I ask you all to think about it, because but for the grace of God, it could have been one of us or one of our family member. He is trying. He's one man working. He gets one income. Now he's gone to get a second job to try to get this house where that he can get rid of court enforcement and all these people that's trying to take stuff away from him. Yes, he know it's not like all the other houses in the neighborhood, but it's his. It's all that he has. And he's trying to do the best that he can. And I, as his sister, am doing the same thing because I don't want to see it taken away from him. Because by the grace of God, it could have been me and it could have been any one of us. But I thank God that he got me in a place where I can help my brother to hold on to what he been blessed with. And he was blessed with that home. And I know he was. Because from the price it started out to be and the price that Miss Garrett brought it down to him to afford it. Yes, it might not look like much today, but we don't know what tomorrow holds. But I know who holds tomorrow. And his name is Jesus. And he's going to make sure that that house does not get taken away from him because it was given to him by God. D.D. Garrett might have been the person he worked through because God have to have a person to work through. But I pray that you all, like say, give him the 90 days. And we can show you, because it don't take God 90 days to do nothing. Because the God that I serve can turn it around in less than 30 days. And I can assure you that that house will not be demolished because of how it looked today. Because we don't know, none of us know what tomorrow holds. But like I say, I know who holds tomorrow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Anyone else that'd like to speak in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. I'm sorry. You have 3 minutes.
This giveaway time.
Yeah. All right, see none. The public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or a motion. Let's see what's coming.
I'll make a motion that we approve giving Mr. Wilson more time with, and working with, he needs to work with our planning department and our building department and our code enforcement, because they're out all the time, and that's how we find out there's properties in the city. But we actually drove around probably all the way to Greenville, almost all of it, 3 weeks ago. So I make a motion that we approve for him to have the 90 days. And Mr. Wilson, you can get your report, you can get your things, permit from the board, and so you can start work on your building.
And I second that.
You want to just continue the item for 90 days? That way it comes back in 90 days and.
But a demolition comes back. I think we're looking at in 90 days, if I understand correctly what he said, which is, I mean, you can't, it would be really hard, especially under these conditions, to rebuild a house in 90 days. I think what I would like to see is we have 90 days to see some progress and then to reassess.
That sounds good.
Well, I guess you got to be specific too, what you expect in 90 days, right? I mean, I think there needs to be specifications. I mean, if you change out and put a window in 90 days, what does that constitute? I mean, I would say that there's probably going to need to be some specifics as far as being a livable condition, habitable, meeting code standards for the city. What are those specifications in those 90 days?
I think what could happen, if I understand what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting, is that perhaps the council could vote to deny the demolition of the house, but ask staff to provide a report in 90 days of the progress that Mr. Wilson has achieved in the house. We do have photos, is that correct, Les? We do have photos of the house, so we'll be able to document the progress that Mr. Wilson has made, and we'll be happy to work with Mr. Wilson as well. We can share information with him on any programs that might be available to him. We can share that information. I do think it's important to point out, as Councilmember Daniels has said, we have long waiting lists. We're not going to be able to get, any program we have is not going to be able to provide services to Mr. Wilson within 90 days. But he has indicated his desire to make improvements in that house within the 90-day period of time.
Well, let me ask this.
So
I got one question for you. As far as if you deny this, how long is the process if the city elects to go through this process again?
it will take between 2 and 3 months to go to the point to restart a demolition process in order to bring it to the council. It takes about 2 to 3 months. We provide notice to the property owner, we hold hearings, there's a time component to it.
May I ask a question? If we deny this ordinance, do we have to go back through the notice of violation and hearing process again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have to repeat it. I would love for Mr. Wilson to have an opportunity to work on his home, and I get it. You know, it might not be our home, but it's his home, so I respect that a great deal. But instead of denying the ordinance, I'd like to table it for a period of time for him to let us show what he's doing, and then I think we're all on the same page, at least it sounds that way, and Mr. Wilson come back and show the progress that he and his family have made on the home, and then at that point, we can take a denial, or if we see he's not making the progress we think he should be making, we can certainly vote on it. But if we deny it now, we gotta go back through the process, and that's already been done once. I feel more comfortable tabling it, but I want to give Mr. Wilson and his sister ample opportunity to try and make some progress on the home.
Okay, so my question is, say in 90 days, he makes those improvements. Does he personally have to request an inspection, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because I want him to know that while he's here.
Right.
That's why I asked.
Right.
If he obtains the permits total responsibility to call in for the inspections.
Okay, and you understand that, Mr. Wilson?
When you obtain the permit, you'll need to call in for inspections, and I'll be glad to meet with you and outline which ones and what time.
So, Mr. Abbott, as this is really for Mr. Wilson and his sister's benefit, as he begins to make progress, he'll need to ask you for inspections, correct?
Correct.
And so when he gets the permit, you will sit him down and explain all of that, so he'll fully understand it. As he makes certain progress on his home, he'll need to come back and ask for inspections.
Absolutely.
And of course, inspections, I'm really doing this for him, will let him know what he's done, whether or not it's proper or needs to be redone or added to or modified in some way. He'll know all that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Need to do a walkthrough, just
Yes, sir.
kind of check out things as they stand now.
And I'm really doing that because I want Mr. Wilson and his sister to know, and if you explain that to them, I think that would really help them to understand what's going to be expected when they start the progress. Thank you.
Councilmember Blackburn?
I just wanted to make a comment that I really like the proposal that our city manager had, which was to deny the demolition and then to provide time to work up more information and to evaluate progress. My concern is that given the uncertainties of getting materials, labor shortages, and all the variables, if we just table it for 90 days, in 90 days we're coming back and we're looking at a demolition versus 90 days to make progress and reevaluate. And then if necessary, if there's just no progress at all and we believe that this is heading toward demolition, we will start that process again to provide ample opportunity for appeal and safety nets for the property owner. So I'm not in favor of tabling it. I'm more in favor of denying it and then asking staff to work with the property owner to gauge progress.
Oh, we've had a couple council members that have been on site. What are y'all's recommendations?
Well, now, I'm not a builder, okay, but I do know that there's a lot to be done in the house, because like he said, the house caught on fire. And when we went by, it wasn't amply boarded up so that nobody could go in, because there were about 5 or 6 people in the front of it. And I thought they'd stay there. I really did. It was a lot of people out there. Matter of fact, isn't that the place where they were cooking out?
There are 2 houses side by side, Mayor Pro Tem Glover, and there are people hanging out on both of them.
Right, right. So,
So would you like to see it continued for 90 days, or do you want to actually deny it and go back through the hearing process?
I don't want to deny it, because if we deny it, then Mr. Wilson will not be able to start on the house.
Yes.
So,
If we deny it, we'd be getting rid of the demolition.
okay, all right.
If we delay it, then the demolition would still be in effect. It just he'd come back in 90 days to.
It's 2 to 3 months to restart it.
Okay. Okay, so what, let me see if
Why
I
don't,
can get
this
this right.
is just a suggestion. Why don't you make the suggestion to table it, and why don't we give him a little bit more than 90 days?
Yeah, I agree too.
I think that would make more sense instead of going through that process, taking staff time to go through the process again. I'd rather give him more days to be able to rehab the house and then come back and get a progress report in 120 days or 150 days, whatever the prerogative of the council is, to be able to see what progress has been made. And at that point, if it needs to be denied that we've seen significant progress has been made, then the council can make that decision at that time.
So 120 days would put it at a meeting in January?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so you could deny it for a council meeting in January.
Continue.
I'm sorry. Continue for me.
That's good, that's good.
Is that last motion?
Do I need to edit?
120 days is. I heard yours and then I heard the
Okay,
table.
what we gonna do?
There wasn't a
Clearly
second,
not mine. I
so-
can't make a motion.
I know, I'm just trying to figure out what the second was.
Okay.
So we're saying 120 days, what about 160 days?
The first meeting in February is gonna be the
120
6th, Monday,
Mayor.
February 6th.
Okay, I got it. I'm gonna do,
You gonna make a motion?
I'm gonna try.
Here we go.
With all these things I got going on. Help me, Rick, if you, but, I'd like to make a motion that we will, stop the order to.
Table it.
To table it and, give Mr. Wilson 180 days, and that's 6 months. And that's in January when the inspectors come back and look and see how your product.
180 days would be March.
I mean, March, but, can't count in my head. But, Mr. Wilson is, and that will give you ample time to get started and have something done. And I hope that you can get that done. I pray that you will, because I don't like to see people lose their homes, and especially African Americans, because it's so hard for us to get loans and get homes and all of that. So, you come back in March, okay?
And
I'm gonna second that motion.
All
So we
right.
can come back in March.
Come back in March, and during that time, everything that you do, you run it through the housing department, right, Mr. Les? Okay, to the permit department. They have to go in and inspect any house. I don't care if you're building a brand-new house. They have to go in and inspect the house to make sure that everything is good, the footing is good, the roof is good, and all the things are good. So, you'll have time that, give you a lot more time.
Is this
okay?
all part of the motion?
Yes.
Longest
If you
motion
can
in
figure it out,
history.
Valerie.
Longest motion
Yeah,
Just continuing it to March.
Repeat it, Valerie.
Motion is still in progress.
All right. Valorie's going to go over the motion real quick.
Okay,
So
the
everybody-
motion that I have is the motion to table this item and give Mr. Wilson 180 days to make repairs and come back to the city council in March.
I second that.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, I guess please stay in touch with our staff and they can help you through the process, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here in March.
Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes, good luck, Mr.
Good
Wilson.
luck.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Amen.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you've forgotten your purse. Okay.
You might need that.
All right. Madam Manager, item number 21.
Item number 21 is an ordinance requiring the demolition removal of the dwelling located at 904 Ward Street, known as tax parcel 6681. Again, Mr. Everett.
All right, for our third item, 904 Ward Street, parcel information. The aerial view, which will show that it's located right next to our 902 Ward Street. Building value, $2,487. Land value, $3,840, for a total of value of $6,327. Estimated cost to repair this structure is over $70,000, meets dilapidated criteria, and our estimated cost of demolition is $3,800. Here are some views of the structure.
Yeah, and that's what, this is, those are cabins and houses.
Is the back of that burnt?
Say that again.
Is the back of that house burnt back there? It looks like the siding's melted.
It looks like something got hot next to it and started melting the vinyl.
Okay.
yes.
And probably even a grill. Some people got grills everywhere around. Boy, that was rad.
And again,
Yard sale.
these next few are updated as of this week on the exterior.
Now, these are vacant. You see all those cars over there? Pushing.
Staff recommends approval of the ordinance requiring the demolition and removal of the dwelling located at 904 Ward Street. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Everett? Councilmember Bell.
Thanks for the presentation. Not to jump back in item, but how often do we see the homeowner come before us and speak in opposition when these come up?
I believe we just had our first.
As I say, it's the first one I've ever
Alright.
seen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just curious about that. I should have asked on the last one. I appreciate it.
Any question? Councilmember Blackburn.
Is the owner of this property received any kind of permits, shown interest in repairing?
No, ma'am, none of that interest. From our stance, we've no permit applications, no discussions, no what can I do. We continually talk with them and have had no action taken.
Is this an heir property situation, or is there a single owner?
There's two
Particular
owners.
one, I believe this is a single owner.
Right, James and the Turnages.
Mhm.
That's listed in the agenda item.
Yes, single owner.
Single owner, okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Everett, do you know the taxes are paid on it?
I do not.
I bet we could find out. What's the address now?
Yep.
This property is adjacent to the property that we talked about in the previous agenda item.
Yes, but they have not been paid for 2022 yet.
Good work, Mayor.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Everett? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. The public hearing is now open. Those to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. All right, seeing none, those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion been made by Councilmember Bell, second by Councilmember Robinson. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 22.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 22 is a resolution to enter into an agreement with the Pitt County Committee of 100 doing business as the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance for Economic Development Services. City Attorney Danae Alexander has that presentation.
Mayor and council, before this item is acted on, just like the other case, I would ask that Councilmember Bell recuse himself. Again, state law provides that a council member is prohibited from voting on a city contract making an appropriation to a nonprofit when the council member sits on the board of the nonprofit. And I think I've prepared a statement for him to read.
Before he does that, can I ask, and that's true even if the city council has appointed somebody to that board for the purpose of representing the city's interest there?
That's the new law that went into effect in December of 2021. Yes, that's the status of the law.
Would it matter if they were like a non-voting member, that they were just an advisory member to the board or something?
It says if you're a director or a board member, you're prohibited from voting.
Okay.
You got a statement you need to
I do. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I'm a member of the Board of Directors on the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance as a city appointee. Upon the advice of the city attorney, I recuse myself from deliberating or voting on item 22.
Very nicely said. All right, we'll move on.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As city manager said, I am standing before you to provide you information and background in regards to the agreements with the Pitt County Committee of 100 doing business as the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance, which I'll refer to as ENC Alliance as I speak about this. As you all know, the city is a sustaining member of the ENC Alliance. One of our priorities is to support economic development that creates jobs, increases the tax base, and attracts and retains companies that could locate elsewhere. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 160A-20.1, we are permitted to enter into contracts with persons, associations, or corporations that are carrying out any public purpose that the city is authorized by law to engage in. Under North Carolina General Statutes, we are permitted to engage in economic development activities and expend and appropriate funding for such, and upon proper notice and having a public hearing with the same. So with that being said, I just want to give you all some highlights in terms of the agreement terms for this particular contract. Of course, as I previously stated, the purpose is for the ENC Alliance to be able to provide economic development in the city of Greenville, the ETJ, or extraterritorial jurisdiction, and Pitt County. The duration of the agreement is for 1 year. A total of $500,000 over the course of a year will be paid to the ENC Alliance. It'll be paid quarterly in equal installments of $125,000 apiece. The ENC Alliance will be required to provide us with reporting annually in terms of how the funding is being spent, which should be specifically for economic development purposes. And in the event the money is not expended for those purposes, there are some provisions within the contract that would require us to recapture any monies that was not properly expended or used as permissible. So with that being said, I would ask City Council to hold the public hearing pursuant to the proper notice that was published on August 27th, 2022, and then subsequently approve the appropriation expenditure of the $500,000 along with the resolution and the agreement for the ENC Alliance to provide economic development.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Alexander? Councilmember Daniels.
Okay. Is there, in the contract, is there any room for adjustments, tweaking, or, I received a lot of concerns from constituents today regarding the Alliance and some of their practices. So what would that look like in reference to tweaking it?
Absolutely. So in terms of a modification, we've developed the terms. We've worked closely with ENC's attorneys to develop the terms and that we could all agree on. But there's always a provision within city contracts that provide for modification in the event both parties agree to the modification. But we could certainly talk with you to understand what those modifications might be and try to come up with a reasonable solution for everybody involved.
Okay,
there is some flexibility there for that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Blackburn.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Daniels for asking that question, say that I too would be interested in what modifications could be made to the agreement.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Alexander? Thank you very much. Public hearing is now open. Those who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes.
Well, good evening. I am Tom Kulikowski, the acting president of the Greenville ENC Alliance, and my colleagues and I steadfastly believe that economic development is a unifying force for our community. And we want to thank the City Council for your support of our work. Not only your financial support, which helped fund our operations budget, but the support that you've given us through your appointment, people to our board, and also for the service of City Manager Ann Wall and Council Member Will Bell. Their leadership is invaluable. We could not do what we do without your support, so thank you. Thank you so much. Coincidentally, today, we issued our annual report, and I'd like to take a few minutes to just share with you a couple of the highlights of that report. So in the first 2 years of our organization, there's been over $692 million in committed capital investment and almost 1,850 new jobs created. Just this past year, there were 8 expansion projects that resulted in $172 million in investment and 837 new jobs. We are on target to achieve the 5-year goals for both investment and job creation. We added 26 new private sector investors over the last 2 years, with 15 of them coming on this year to bring our total of investors to 74. And I'm proud to say that we've retained 100% of our investors that we started with. Pitt County awarded the Greenville ENC Alliance $100,000 this year to help boost our marketing and lead generation. In addition to the City of Greenville and Greenville Utilities Commission, we have 6 Pitt County municipal partners. This year, we were fortunate to be able to award $48,000 to those in municipal grants for economic development to those municipalities. We broadened this year our outreach so that we touch over 1,800 site selection consultants with our marketing efforts, and we had over 120 media placements this year. As an economic development organization, we work to recruit and retain companies in our community that will provide quality jobs and support our local tax base. when we find out about a project, it often has a code name associated with it. So once the name and operations of a company are disclosed to us, we work closely with our state partners and vet the company to ensure that they are indeed a viable company in good standing in their current locations. The Alliance doesn't have any authority to make rules and regulations, nor any authority to enforce them. We don't portray ourselves as subject matter experts in every area, but rather we engage state agencies and partners in their areas of expertise, such as environmental regulation. We work alongside our partners to make sure interested companies have access to the federal, state, and local rules, regulations, and ordinances, and as well as expectations for being good corporate citizens. I think we can all agree the best economies are well-diversified economies of retail, commercial, service, and industrial. We can't afford to get overly dependent on any one sector so that we can better weather the financial ups and downs inherent in any economy. We certainly saw the value of diversification during the first year or so of the COVID pandemic. Diverse economies fared far better than those highly dependent on hospitality and retail. I mentioned COVID. I want to come back to that because there are many people that are opposed to vaccines, and I respect their perspectives. But their opposition doesn't necessarily make the manufacturers of those vaccines, people like Pfizer or Moderna, BioNTech or Johnson & Johnson, bad companies, or the people that work at those companies, bad people. Yeah, I'd say in much the same way, there are many people that are opposed to the perceived proliferation of guns in our society. But those rights, as we know, are guaranteed by our Constitution. Their perspectives are important in a society that values free speech. And here in Greenville, we certainly have our fair share of gun shows at the Greenville Convention Center. And there are lots of other places where law-abiding citizens can purchase firearms. But those purchases may go against the grain for many people. But that doesn't necessarily mean that those who manufacture, those who sell, or those who legally purchase firearms are bad companies or bad people. You know, cigarettes, alcohol, and gambling are often thought of as the vices in society. Rightly so, numerous people condemn them. Yet here in Pitt County, here in Greenville, we grow tobacco. You can go less than 1/10 of a mile from where we are today, and you can purchase alcohol, go in a bar and do that. And the state of North Carolina runs a large form of gambling called lotteries, and they benefit our schools. So clearly, some people are opposed where others derive pleasure. I think as long as the producers, the sellers, and consumers of those products are abiding by and adhering to rules, regulations, laws, they're entitled to do as they deem appropriate. But that doesn't in any way dismiss that there are inherent risks in tobacco and alcohol and gambling. We do want a well-diversified economy to improve economic prosperity for our citizens and make Greenville a desirable place to live, work, and play. I hope that we can all agree on that. And the Greenville ENC Alliance will continue to do our part to make Greenville the place where companies want to grow, where companies want to locate, where citizens work, live, and play, and realize their dreams. So I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank you for the support that you've provided.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Kulikowski? Thank you very much. Anyone else that'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Greg Steele, and thank you for letting me come and speak to you today. I will not speak quite as eloquently as Mr. Kulikowski, that's for sure, but thank you for the time. I serve as the chairman of the Alliance and want to thank you for your past support. I think that the things that Mr. Kulikowski said about the organization, I think the thing that sticks with me as someone in the private sector is how it has brought the community together, from the Dick Community College, ECU, the county, the city, other organizations, and having 70-plus private partners, investors, and having other municipalities in the small communities come together, I think is something that I'm proud of and being a part of, and I think that it bodes well in the future. The organization is young, it's continuing to make great strides. I also think with the staff that we have, it's a highly professional group of individuals who are specialists and know economic development, and I just see it being something that continues to grow and do great things in the community. As an investor from representing an organization here in Greenville, the things that causes a company to want to invest is a city that comes together, a city, the growth, the development, and our organization that I'm involved in certainly views that as a strength and wanting us to grow and expand, and also to give back to all the community that we are involved in. All the nonprofits and things like that are important to us as our organization. So that's a little bit aside from what I'm doing personally in work, but the organization I'm very proud of, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions, Mr. Steele? Thank you. Anyone else that'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Are you speaking in favor?
That looks strange, doesn't it? I'm speaking in favor of the ENC Alliance because we need business recruitment. Horizons 2026 has an entire chapter on growing the economic hub. The chapter explores strategies for bolstering ongoing economic development, page 99. Looking at Horizons 2026, we learned that people want to live, work, and play in the same environment. Quality of life improvements can benefit residents and serve as an anchor to keep and attract businesses. We need an ENC alliance that will only recruit industries that will enhance our city and improve the environmental quality of our city. We need an ENC alliance that will promote a green economy, page 106 of Horizons 2026, by recruiting industries that are part of the green economy and which develop and manufacture sustainable products using socially and ecologically responsible practices. We need an ENC alliance that will support quality wage jobs and healthy work environments. We need an ENC alliance that will make recruitment decisions after much research and sound documentation that a business is environmentally safe. We need an ENC alliance that will work diligently with the City of Greenville to correct problems at WorldCat. We need an ENC alliance that understands environmental regulations and works with state and federal agencies to make sure that regulations are followed. We need an ENC alliance that understands environmental justice. Without air quality monitoring in Pitt County, we do not know the level of VOCs in the air. We need an ENC alliance that cares about all citizens in Greenville. Development that does not consider the health and safety of everyone is not development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Any questions for Ms. Maxwell? All right, no questions. We're good. Anyone else that'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Dr. Robert Shaw, and I'm chairman of the Environmental Advisory Commission. I was employed by a private practice for 27 years. My father worked in finance for large business, and I certainly respect and applaud efforts to bring new businesses to Greenville. I'm also sensitive, like Ms. Maxwell, to the importance of considering environmental impacts that a business may have. A business should not be encouraged to locate here if it produces excessive noise, if it puts huge demands on electric power generation, or emits toxic chemicals in the atmosphere. The City Council and the Eastern North Carolina Alliance should diligently evaluate environmental issues before recruiting new businesses to Greenville. The EAC is hopeful that Greenville, like many other cities in North Carolina, will one day hire a sustainability manager to serve the function of evaluating the environmental impact of new businesses coming to Greenville. In conclusion, the City Council and the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance for Economic Development should have objective evidence that new businesses being recruited to Greenville will practice good environmental stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Any questions for Dr. Shaw? Thank you for your service on the board as well. Anyone else who'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant, you may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Karen Zip, and I'm a resident of Greenville. I address the whole council, but I especially want to address Mr. Robinson, who's my direct council member. Hello, neighbor.
Hello. Good to see you.
Mr. Robinson, I wanted to just give you some idea of what I have experienced just recently in the past couple of weeks regarding some actions that go back to some decisions made by ENC Alliance. 2 weeks ago, I attended a public hearing by the state down at Pitt Community College. That public hearing was about WorldCat. You may have heard of WorldCat, who has recently opened up a factory in the north part of the city. That particular hearing was about whether or not WorldCat should be granted by the state of North Carolina a Title V permit in order to emit some very volatile organic compounds and styrene, which is a different kind of compound, into the air that is an alarmingly high amount. When we sat there for the public hearing, we learned from the state that WorldCat has been operating without that permit for an entire year. That they've actually been called up by the state for violating, for several violations, and they say that these violations are continuing to accrue day by day. It suggests to me that ENC Alliance might have been a little sloppy, a little bit reckless in bringing WorldCat in, because I didn't really get a good impression that WorldCat is working towards cleaning up their act. So I wanted you to know, Mr. Robinson, that I'm really kind of concerned about that, and I thought maybe you would be able to figure out a way to address that in this particular, in this recommendation that the city manager has put forward. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for bringing your comments forward.
All right. Any questions for Dr. Zip? Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of the applicant, you may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Marion Swinker, and I understand that the relationship with Greenville ENC Alliance is a public-private partnership, but it seems to be somewhat a one-way street. Public funding is provided to them, but they don't seem too concerned about the public in some of their work. I believe that the contract should be modified and should include 3 important points. One would be increased transparency. For example, I think that the public should know who the board members are and what their interests are, especially what their conflict of interests are. I believe that there should be increased accountability. We all know their mission is to attract new businesses for economic development. But every business is not a good match for our community. There should be some penalties for bringing in bad actors. We don't need companies who are scofflaws. We don't need companies who promise jobs that don't materialize. And we don't need companies who leave destruction in their wake that require cleanup at taxpayer expense, or who require prep work at taxpayer expense and then fail to show. I believe that the Alliance needs to do more due diligence. It's very easy for businesses to give assurances that they're in full compliance, but I believe in trust but verify, and more research may reveal histories of problems in other cities where these businesses operate. Finally, I believe that environmental impacts of the businesses that are brought into our community are of prime importance. We don't need to damage the quality of life here in order to advance economic development. And I'd like to mention that existing state and federal regulations, complying with those are necessary but not sufficient. There are not regulations that cover every eventuality or every hazard. In fact, new chemicals are introduced and new processes are introduced much, much faster than the regs can keep up with them. So I think the bottom line should be, is this a business that I would want to live near? Is this a business that I would want to work for? And that way, bring in businesses that will enhance the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swinker. Anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Jalen Lampa, is that better this time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good evening. I stated my name. I'm a member of NOTRA and resident of Greenville, and I'd like to express some of my thoughts on the City Council's contract with ENC Alliance. I'd like to first state that I, of course, like anyone else here, support economic growth and prosperity in Greenville, and I do believe the contract with the ENC has the potential to do that. Like anyone else here, I want more jobs for our community that provide a net benefit and provide development for this town. As a young adult, I want to have access to a safe, good-paying job that offers future opportunities for my career. And I'd also like to be able to work where I will be able to be near my family. These concerns are shared by many of my generation, and it is the duty of City Council to ensure these concerns are addressed. While I believe that City Council and ENC are working with nothing but the best of intentions, the actions most recently that I have witnessed have brought up several concerns of my own, that they may not be working in the interests of the community. As some have stated here, WorldCat is the most recent incident. A company that has a record of violating air quality permits, their facility in Tarboro especially. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track. The Alliance was contracted to find companies that provide economic stimulus for the community. Over the past few years, several in this community, including myself, have come to believe that they intentionally or not have put the environmental safety in Greenville at risk. Therefore, I would like to make a few suggestions to the council to make some revisions to the contract that would include, but would not be limited to the following. ENC would be held accountable for what industries they decide to invite into Greenville. That is to say, if they decide to invite someone like WorldCat, they should at least have to explain why they think such a company should be allowed here. It should require that they actively take part in rectifying any wrongdoings perpetrated by those industries. This can be whether in the form of compensation or to those community members who might be negatively affected, or working to find a solution to those problems. And most importantly, the ENC should consider creating a diverse community panel to help determine if a business is a good fit for the community. I believe that these are completely reasonable requests. I love this town. It's my home, and I want to see it grow into a place that benefits everyone. I beseech you to pursue these revisions and expand upon them for the sake of present citizens and those yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamba. Any questions for Mr. Lamba? All right. Thank you very much. Anyone else that'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant, they may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. All right. Seeing none, those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. The first person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lisa Tyson. I'm the Vice President of, Vice President of North of the River Association, NOTRA. Our mission is to fight environmental injustice in our neighborhoods, to prevent any harmful facility from operating in the area, and to be a unified voice for the communities north of the river. NOTRA supports economic growth as well as new jobs. However, we want smart development that will bring safe, good-paying jobs that will help humanity and do no harm to the environment. We want the Greenville City Council to represent us, the citizens, not focus on business interests. Greenville ENC Alliance has shown that they do not have Greenville citizens' interests or the long-term future of Greenville at heart. The Alliance had a leader whose career was in economic development across the country, and he knew about the value of community engagement in building prosperity. Sadly, he had to resign. Today, the Alliance is run solely by local business leaders, which makes it not an economic development organization, but a trade group. Their only interest is business at all costs. NOTRA hopes Alliance's new director will bring change and prioritize community engagement. This council spoke last month about making Greenville a destination location. How can that happen when the Alliance pushes to change protected zoning and invites a noise-making, energy-guzzling crypto company like Compute North and a toxin-spewing company like WorldCat? In regards to WorldCat, this boating facility is requesting a Title V permit to release 122.2 tons of VOCs, which is volatile organic compounds. This is a chemical made by mold that is a gas at room temperature and may have a moldy odor. They are requesting to lease 53.4 tons of hazardous air pollutants, including 43.4 tons of styrene, which is a colorless liquid which will have harmful effects on the environment as well as the people. All of these chemicals would be used for boat building and would be devastating to our community due to the enormous emission of pollution, which could affect several schools, including the Wages Head Start School. This school is located directly across from WorldCat, and there are a total of 338 students and 35 staff members. This pollution would also affect the Greenville Aquatics and Fitness Center, which is also located down the street from WorldCat. This company has already been found to be non-compliant for starting operation before an air permit has been granted. So my question is, how can Greenville become a destination location when the Alliance show no interest in finding companies committed to community engagement and a healthy environment? There's a place where the interests of citizens overlap with the goals of economic development, and this intersection is where the City Council must focus. City Council must serve the city in the interest of all instead of the interest of a few. Greenville must grow with integrity and with the long term instead of the funds only in mind. NOTRA asked the City Council to seek a more qualified and community-based economic development organization. Please do not enter this contract with the Greenville ENC Alliance. Save that $500,000 of taxpayer money for smart growth in our city. We want transparency and community engagement in any of our Greenville businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tyson.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from Ms. Tyson? All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else would like to speak in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. I am Vivian Kenyon, and I do live on Brookhaven Drive, north of the river, and I am a member of NOTRA. I do not trust the ENC Alliance for a lot of reasons. For an example, January the 12th, in local WNCT news titled, Greenville ENC Compute North Not Cryptocurrency Operation. Yukanda Dunn stated that Compute North is not a crypto company. Now, well, we know that's not true, and I don't understand why Ms. Dunn will say that. I don't trust the ENC Alliance for this reason also. They support companies that show no competitive for community engagement. Community engagement is a hallmark of a healthy growth. I don't want Greenville City Council to push their responsibility off onto someone else. We have a city and a county manager. Why can't they do the work of bringing in new jobs? Another reason I don't trust ENC Alliance, because they allowed WorldCat to break federal laws and for over a year operate without a permit. That has put over 1,000 or more children north of the river at risk of severe health concerns. and also concerns for the adults north of the river. I don't trust the Alliance, and I don't trust Greenville City Council to keep them in check. I do not support a contract. I want prosperity and new jobs from companies that I can be proud of and can trust. I want my children or my grandchildren to be able to live near me and have an opportunity for good jobs here. All ENC Alliance work should include transparency and community engagement. Now, I just love to tell my story. As I said, I live on Brookhaven Drive, north of the river. In my neighborhood, there are 11 family homes. And out of that 11 family homes, 8 people have been diagnosed with cancer. That's been brain cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer, colon cancer, throat cancer, all because of all of the pollution north of the river. That is my reasons why I do not support a contract for ENC Alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kenyon. Anyone else would like to speak in opposition to the applicant? You may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Maury York, 2001 East 5th Street. I have serious concerns about the City of Greenville's financial support of the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance. Clearly, the work of this organization is ineffective at best, and in some ways damaging to our environment and citizens. I have looked at the success stories on the Alliance's website. There are no projects listed for this year and only 5 altogether. We all know that the Compute North and WorldCat projects are potentially bad for the health of the people living near them. WorldCat was awarded a $180,000 One North Carolina Fund grant from the Department of Commerce that is supposed to be contingent on adhering to environmental and occupational safety regulations. It would seem that the company did not comply with environmental regulations. If the grant was paid, has the money been returned? Why hasn't the Alliance been more successful in recruiting good neighbor businesses? As longtime historic preservationists, my wife and I are deeply saddened by what has been done to the old Export Leaf Tobacco Company building on 10th Street, part of a Greenville NC Alliance supported project being managed by Elliott Sidewalk Communities. The Greenville NC Alliance website says that when the first 3 buildings are renovated by the end of this year, they will generate $500,000 each in tax revenue. None of the 3 buildings has been renovated as promised. The Export Leaf Tobacco Company building, a contributing structure in the Greenville Tobacco Warehouse National Register Historic District, has been gutted of all of its extraordinary heart pine infrastructure and stands as a shell without a protective roof. Only a dismantling of the roof and floors appears to have taken place on this project, while it awaits historic tax credit approval. Why wasn't this approval secured before work began? I'm also concerned about the significant role of Greenville Utilities Commission in the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance. 3 members of the organization's board of directors are GUC appointees, and these include the vice chair and treasurer of the Alliance. Although GUC has a long record of quality service as a public utility, its involvement in such a prominent way with a business development organization is troubling and appears to represent a conflict of interest. It begs a question. Is the Greenville Utilities Commission primarily focused on serving its residential and commercial customers, or is it increasingly focused on recruiting new industry as a means of garnering additional revenue? The city should pause its support of the Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance until strict environmental and fiscal guardrails,
That's time.
including time product requirements, are put in place to govern its work.
Thank you, Mr. York. Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Cindy Elmore. I'm a Greenville resident and a member of the executive committee of the Sierra Club Cypress Group. The Cypress Group, or the Sierra Club, is the nation's largest grassroots environmental organization. The Cypress Group represents 19 counties here in eastern North Carolina. We had serious concerns about the push by the Greenville ENC Alliance to bring compute north to Greenville. We believed the Alliance did not at all consider the colossal environmental impacts that this plant would have brought, all for the same number of jobs as your average fast food restaurant. In a city that knows all about severe flooding and that we all know climate change is making worse. Just as concerning to me, though, was what I learned when I submitted a North Carolina public records law request to the Alliance. I asked for copies of the organization's meeting minutes, its annual budget since 2019, and any records pertaining to or governing conflicts of interest among Alliance members. And this was not personal. This was just normal research into a publicly funded organization. I was told the Alliance is not subject to state public records laws. The Alliance did give me 2 of its IRS 990 filings, which are already available online, and a copy of the Conflict of Interest Policy. I am well aware that economic development organizations aren't required to disclose the names of companies they're negotiating with or trying to bring in, which was why I never asked for those things. Though, once a company does agree to come in, it should always be made public what was offered or promised to get them there. I left this encounter very concerned about this organization's lack of transparency. Even if the law allows the Alliance not to release its conflict of interest disclosures or its budgets or its meeting minutes, this group can always choose to make those things open to the public, whose money it is spending. For whatever reason, Greenville ENC Alliance chose not to. I honestly don't know anything about anyone involved in this group, but that's not the point. We should expect transparency as a normal operating practice when it comes to local government and taxpayer spending. Greenville can choose to practice transparent governance and bring in economic development to the city at the same time. Many cities do this. And another choice lies in what kinds of development to bring in. The Alliance chose to bring in a damaging, risky, ill-advised choice that many residents didn't want once they were made aware of the implications involved in Compute North. And it was only luck to us that this 15-employee company didn't come to Greenville. So perhaps in the name of transparency, you should bring economic development back in-house.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Elmore. Dr. Elmore. All right, anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Don Cavallini. The Greenville Eastern North Carolina Alliance is not acting in the best interests of the residents that it's supposed to serve. It's our taxpayer money, $600,000 from the county of Pitt previously $500,000, and now it's being proposed another $500,000 from the city of Greenville. For what? For recruiting companies like Compute North and WorldCat Greenville? These companies are interested in maximizing their profits at the expense of the residents and the workers in their company. I'm going to refer to an article written by Ginger Livingston in the Daily Reflector, a pretty authoritative article in September 6th, about a planning meeting that you were all at on August 26th. At that planning meeting, I believe it was Mr. Kulikowski who said that they were forming a land acquisition committee to explore possible sites for industry. Well, you know, why is it that these sites seem always to be located somewhere near communities of color? And these sites are not interested in anything but maximizing their profit and not abiding by rules that the state have put out there to protect us. Now, at this planning meeting, according to the article, Councilwoman Marion Blackburn asked if the Alliance had a set of environmental guidelines it follows when recruiting new industries. And Mr. Kulikowski said that the Alliance expects all clients, to be responsible corporations. Now, he also indicated that he and the Alliance shares all the responsibilities that the company is supposed to abide by and take on, whether it be environmental or other regulations of the city, county, or the state. Well, share? Is that all that we should expect from a corporation or alliance that's being paid by us? I think not. You know, and the Alliance has no environmental rules it requires companies to follow. That's by their own admission. So, Councilwoman Blackburn then, according to the article, asked if the group would consider adding environmental guidelines to its process. And Mr. Kulikowski responded that would be a decision for the corporate, a decision for the organization's new president, who will start in several weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Cavallini.
Well, that's very telling.
Thank you.
Oh, there was an actual time limit?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes. The first person
Well, I
has
just
10
want to
minutes,
say
that's
that
the policy. So thank you, Mr. Cavallini.
if Mr. Connolly, who is our mayor,
Thank you, Mr.
says a
Cavallini. Your
successful
time is up.
corporation
Mr.
involves
Cavallini, your time is up.
doing the
We've
right
given you
thing,
additional time.
then it
Mr.
shouldn't be just
Cavallini.
about making profit at our
Mr.
expense.
Cavallini, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Anyone else that'd like to speak in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or motion. Councilmember Blackburn.
I would like to open up what I hope will be a very engaged, serious conversation this evening amongst the members of our city council. I think we've heard a tremendous amount of, we've heard from the public in a tremendous way. And I'm very moved by it. And I want to be very clear how much I appreciate the public coming out tonight. I want to be very clear that I appreciate the public coming out and speaking in favor of the agreement as well as against the agreement, in many ways sharing some similar concerns and similar hopes and similar visions. What I'm hearing tonight is that economic development is more than just dollars. What I'm hearing tonight is that economic development is investing in our community, investing in each other, protecting our community, enhancing our community, and making sure that economic development pays attention to the people of a community and pays attention to the environment surrounding the people of that community. I think one speaker said we can't bring in business that hurts people. And I think that really sums up in a very clear and succinct way what must be a guiding factor when we look at this agreement. Council, it was suggested earlier that we could make modifications to this agreement, and I would like to say that I would highly support that. Some of the suggestions that you, the members of the public, brought to us tonight, including increased transparency, increased accountability, making sure that when there are bad actors, there's a way to rectify that. And what I heard from so many people this evening, and what is a concern that I share, is that we provide some environmental guidelines. The ENC Alliance is an economic development organization. They're the pros. That's what they do. It's incumbent on this city council representing the people of Greenville to set guidelines for our economic development. So I would say that tonight, what I hope we will do, whether it's tonight or in the next weeks or months, that we determine what those environmental guidelines should be, that we determine what kind of transparency guidelines we'd like in place, and that we make sure that the economic development organization that is using tax dollars via the City Council is truly serving our community.
Councilmember Smiley?
There's been a lot of very compelling and cogent criticisms leveled tonight. Everybody's come to the microphone and, for the most part, has pointed out, issues that, where something maybe where an entity got it wrong, or some more questions could have been asked, or, a little, that a different approach or philosophy should be in place. The problem is you're talking about the wrong entity, right? The entity you are addressing is the ENC Alliance, when the criticism that you are offering belongs to the City Council, okay? All of the things which people have said are being done wrong are our fault, right? The ENC Alliance is a marketing organization, right? They go out and tell people that Greenville's, a good place to do business. And if people come to them and say, hey, we think you're a good place to do business, they bring that to the City Council and to the City County Commissioners, and they say, hey, here's an opportunity that this community has. And the council has been the one who is taking the actions that so many of you are concerned about. The council is the group that made it possible for Compute North to locate here had they chosen to. That wasn't an act of the ENC Alliance. That was an act of the Greenville City Council in changing our zoning. The job incentive grant that was given to WorldCat was given by the Greenville City Council. We said, if you'll bring this many jobs to Greenville, we will, at $180,000 was the number that was mentioned, we'll give you a grant for that amount. That grant, presumably, as somebody pointed out, had provisions that they require that they follow the law and not break any environmental rules. And if that's true, and if somebody needs to claw that grant back, you guys are talking to the right people. We're the ones who should be doing it. The ENC Alliance is incredibly accountable. They report directly to. Well, we have a member of our council who sits on it and is there for all the meetings. He's an elected official. The City Council appointed several other members to that board. Those people talk to us about what goes on there. So, I think there's really some very valuable guidance that you guys have offered us tonight about questions we should be asking and actions we should be taking. But to lay that responsibility on an organization that isn't staffed for it, isn't set up to do it, doesn't have the expertise to do it, it's the wrong place to lay the blame. You should lay the blame with us. You should call, and many of you have, right? I've talked to you, several members of the audience, and you've told me, Rick, you're doing it wrong. But I think that it misses the point to try to get that organization to do the things that some of you are suggesting it do. And the other piece is just when it comes to this, there's been some transparency arguments here. The point of creating a public-private partnership is because a public-private entity can enter into conversations with people who might be interested in coming here and exercise a level of discretion that we as a public body cannot, right? We are subject to, as one of the speakers said, we're subject to, you send me an email, and if Ginger asks for that email, they're going to get it, right? It's, we are, it's just very difficult for there to be negotiations about sensitive issues between an elected body and some private entity that might want to locate here in Greenville. That's by design. That entity was created by leaders at Pitt Community College and East Carolina University and Greenville, North Carolina, the city of Greenville and the hospital and the county and civic leaders across our community. That wasn't done for a sinister purpose. That was done in order to create a cooperative entity that could act on all our behalf. So I would be opposed to, trying to use a contract to lay responsibilities on an entity that was never created for that purpose in order to somehow make it for the council to abdicate from its own responsibility. Those are questions we should be asking. Those are decisions we should be making. We are accountable to the citizens. You vote for us or don't vote for us every 2 years, and you certainly know my email address and my phone number. So that's where the accountability lies, not in some sort of paper assignment to a subsidiary organization. That was a long speech. I really appreciate you listening to me the whole time. Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Move to approve the item.
Is there a second? He can. He's recused. There's no second?
I'll second.
All right. Motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Robinson. Any other discussion before we move forward with the vote?
I will find it, as much as I appreciate the efforts to have economic development, I am in a position where I find it very difficult to approve the agreement as we have it.
What are your reservations?
Reservations are, I appreciate and applaud Councilmember Smiley for saying the responsibility ultimately lies with this council. Unfortunately, I believe that this council dropped the ball.
This council?
Well, not me and Les.
Thank you.
But and when it voted, and not council members Glover and Daniels who voted against, when it was approved, when the zoning change was approved to allow cryptocurrency mining to locate north of the river, I think that shows the public that the council can't always have that environmental focus. Certainly the environmental focus that I've heard the people say that they would like, that environmental accountability that I've heard the people say they would like to see take place. I've also heard concerns about transparency. I appreciate what Councilmember Smiley says about public-private partnerships offering more flexibility. I think that at minimum, being able to say, what are the conflict of interests, have those revealed. I think that's reasonable. I think most boards have to do that. So there are some conditions that we could place into our agreement that would provide those bumpers that the people have said they would like to see. And that's what I would like to see before we approve this agreement.
So specifically, what do you want in the agreement? That the city council drop the ball?
No.
I mean, I'm trying to understand, I guess, what you want in this agreement.
Well, it was suggested, for instance, that into the agreement we have something written, and I'm not going to, I can't create policy on sort of spur of the moment, extemporaneously, I think is the word, but something that would increase the transparency of the organization. Again, if nothing else, just the conflict of interest disclosures. Increased accountability in the sense of if someone comes and they don't do what they promise they're going to do, is there a way that ENC Alliance would be able to be required to fix that? And I think first and foremost is some kind of environmental guidelines, because when I look at the agreement that we are approving, it says, and why did I close it? It says that we're asking the Alliance to have a business retention and expansion, marketing, recruitment, product development, talent retention. These are things that are strictly business. And to Councilmember Smiley's point, they're doing what their agreement says. They're bringing business. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a council to say, yes, we would like you to continue bringing business, but we would like to see some attention to the environmental stewardship of companies. We would like to see you promote the green economy. We would like to see businesses that are forward thinking in that sense, that acknowledge climate change and acknowledge the importance of not hurting people that live around the proposed business. That's the kind of modifications that I'm thinking of.
I guess my response to that would be, so essentially you want the Greenville ENC Alliance, i.e. also the city council, to cherry pick businesses based off of what we want, and you want us to pick winners and losers. So you want the government to essentially step in and pick who we're going to bring to our community and who we're not going to bring to our community. And you want that upon a government body to be able to make that decision.
I appreciate your question. I think it's not, I'm not talking about cherry picking businesses, because I can't do that. I don't know what a business is going to succeed or not succeed. I can say that in a global way, we want to promote the green economy. In a global way, we want to promote businesses that are going to be good neighbors, especially when we look at North of River, where a lot of this activity has happened. And the story about 11 households, 8 cancers, you got to look at that and say, that's just not right. We need to put some guardrails up.
So, and another thing, I will refute that too, saying that, was there any documentation proving that that's what was causing it? So essentially what you're asking us to do is we're going to go out and only recruit businesses that meet the criteria and ask them to come here, and we're going to tell them how they need to run their business. That's how the Alliance is going to work.
I think, and I appreciate your question, I think what I'm saying I would like to see in this agreement, the language we use is bumpers, the language we use is guardrail, the language we use is guidance. We can put some global guidance in here that says we want to encourage and foster this kind of an economy for our community. I think that's reasonable.
So nobody has mentioned anything about Thermo Fisher. Thermo Fisher has worked with the Alliance, has worked and done some expansion here. They were one of the first ones that started boosting up COVID-19 testing kits when COVID first came out. Not at this location, but the company itself did. But nobody's mentioned anything whatsoever about that. That's another one. So pretty much what we're doing is we're picking and choosing businesses right now that we want to operate here, and then we want to tell them how they're going to operate, is what I'm understanding. Okay.
Councilmember Smiley's comments, I agree with. I don't think the ENC's job is to act as a regulatory agency for the businesses they try to recruit. There are state, local, and federal rules that govern the business's conduct. And to the extent that there's any ownership of a bad mistake or a bad decision, even though Councilmember Blackburn and I were not here, we own it because we're here now. And I take full ownership, even though I wasn't there, and nobody's perfect. But what we can do is act and roll as if we have a business that apparently there's tons of regulations that are out there with the WorldCat. Dr. Zip, thank you for bringing that, because I read the same article about the meeting. You know, there may be things we as a city council can do to ask the state, why did this go on for such a long period of time? And why is it continuing to go on? And why are the fines not levied? I don't know what extent we can do, but that's what we can look at trying to do to fix that problem, because there are rules in place, both state and federal rules, statutes, and regulations that govern their conduct, just like they govern Grady White right down the road. They govern Parker Boat Company down in Morehead City. They govern Edenton with the regulator boat company. And so if we can do something to say, this is in our backyard and they're not compliant, why has it been a year that they have been allowed to continue to operate? And to the extent if we gave a grant, can we, through council, get advice? Can we do anything to rectify that? That's things we can do. But as to the ENC, I mean, their job is to act as a professional recruitment to bring jobs here. And we have to assume the businesses are going to comply with what rules are in place. And when they don't, it's not ENC's fault that they are doing this. It's you know, just the business. And then what can we do as a council to say, hey, you're in our backyard doing this. This is not allowed. And if we see a business that might be bad through our changes of zoning, we can say, no, we're not going to change that zoning. So I think that's things we can do going down the road in the future. And again, I take full ownership for it. It happened before I was here, but I'm in this boat now, so I'm going to ride the storm and let's see what we can do to try and fix it. But as to ENC, they've done a lot of good things, and the fact that they brought a business in that apparently had a history in Tarboro, because I was reading some of the articles, that's when my phone went off, about some of the non-compliance over in Edgecombe County I read about while we were having this discussion. I mean, why? Why is our state agency not holding Rural Cat accountable? Because the rules are in place to do that, to hold them accountable, to ensure that our environment is not polluted, be it through the air pollution or solid contaminants or out into our waters. You know, there's things we can do. And so that's not, to me, the ENC's role, it's more our role. And if we see something's not being done, again, going back to why was this going on for so long, what can we do as a city council group? Can we say we need some help out here at the state? Why is the state taking so long to fix this problem? So, I mean, I think that's what we can do with some steps, because the environment's important. I mean, but also growing our city is important. And you got to find that balance, because we don't want to bring businesses that are going to put pollutants into the air. And, you know, we know we can look around our state where industry has polluted and caused problems. I mean, there's, cut your TV on right now, a military base with all the contaminated water. I mean, we know it happens. But as a council, I take ownership for it. And you know, we just got to figure out a way to deal with it. Maybe we can help that stop, you know, at least get some rectification to it. And if there is a way to grab the grant back because there's been non-compliance, let's look at doing that. But as to ENC, I look at them as a recruitment tool, and they assume everybody's going to do what they're supposed to do. And we should be able to assume that. When we don't, then what can we do as a city council member? So even though you're in my district, I'm District 5, I signed up for not just District 5, I signed up for the entire city. So that's my 2 cents worth, and I appreciate everybody letting me ravel on for a little bit.
Councilmember Smiley.
Since, you know, we've been talking about mistakes and who was here, and I was here. I was in the meetings. I did not ask the questions you guys say should have been asked. You're right. I made a mistake. Okay? But blaming it doesn't make any sense to blame ENC for Rick Smiley's mistakes. If the city council didn't ask the right questions, you should blame me. And I can, you know, but I won't make it again. You know, if the next time somebody, you know, we're talking about giving a job grant to a company, I'm sure that people will be saying, these guys, you know, do these guys have a reputation for, you know, dropping the ball in the background? I mean, you live and you learn, and that's something that I certainly have taken away from this. But there was another point that was made earlier, which risked asking the alliance to do something that it really can't do, right? The alliance is, if I understand their work, that they've taken a very data-based approach, right? They've looked at what assets does our community have, what companies would be interested in those assets, and tried to connect the dots. if we want them to sell assets we don't have, right? If we don't have the kind of things that, we obviously have the kind of assets that would attract pharma companies and, boat builders and one would presume these are because we have things already in the community that make those kind of companies want to come here. That's a good way to spend money. Collect data, draw analysis from the data, and use that data productively and efficiently. If we dictate to them what we want them to go out and get, we risk asking them to do something that just isn't feasible. If we may desperately want people to come here and make windmills and solar panels, but if we don't have the kind of infrastructure and skills and facilities that would allow somebody to come here and do that profitably, then it's just wasting money to ask them to go sell that. So the mayor talks about picking winners and losers, and I'm not quite on the same page as he is on that, but I do think we ought to make sure that we're trying to achieve something realistic, that we are asking the type of businesses that have a reason to locate here to come here, and not going around chasing, for lack of a better word, chasing windmills when we don't have the assets that they would want that would allow them to come here. So that's one of the things I would be very hesitant to agree to put into a contract, that we want you to go choose this business, find these types of businesses and bring them here, when it may be a wish that we could attract that type of business. The ENC Alliance and other economic development forces in this community have spent a lot of time and energy trying to figure out what it is we have that other people are attracted by. And that's what we should be. We should be letting them use that data to attract the types of businesses we can reasonably hope to get.
I got one more comment, just to kind of put it in context about the formation of the Greenville ENC Alliance. And I think the Greenville ENC Alliance is doing an incredible job. One of the reasons that we developed the Greenville ENC Alliance, it was facilitated back in 2017, 2018, at the beginning of it, where we met with, at the time, Glenn Webb, who was the chairman, I believe, of the county commissioners. We met with Scott Elliott, who at the time was the county manager. And we just kind of had a discussion about economic development in Greenville, Pitt County in general. And that conference meeting, we discussed different things as far as some of the wins that have taken place over the years and the lack of wins that have taken place. Now, Ginger, don't quote me on this, probably within a 4-year period, but I want to say that it was about 22 years since the city of Greenville, Pitt County had received or had been lucky enough to court a company that brought over 100 jobs to our area. And the Greenville ENC Alliance has done everything that they possibly can since the inception in 2019 to be able to bring jobs to our area. We're not going to agree with every single job opportunity that's going to come there, but ultimately what they've done is they've done an incredible job marketing our community and seeing people that are interested in coming to our area. You may not agree with it or not, but they've done everything they possibly can to put Greenville at the top of the list, and I think people are starting to notice that. We've seen those gains over the years. We've seen new jobs that have come to our area. We've got an incredible board. I know there was a comment that was made at one point talking about we don't know who any of the board members are. As soon as I heard that, I went onto the ENC website, and every single board member is on there. Every ex officio board member is on there. And if I remember correctly, when I served on the board years ago, I think we had a conflict of interest that we had to fill out to make sure that there was no conflict of interest while we sat on that board. They're doing an incredible job bringing jobs to our area, and they continue to do it. I appreciate everything they do. Thank you to everybody that showed up here to show and provide your guidance as far as how you'd like to see recruitment in the future. I hope that the Greenville ENC Alliance, our current president's here right now, and I know that the future one's probably going to be watching here as well, and I'm sure they will take that guidance as they continue to move forward and strive to bring more jobs to our area. But they have done an incredible job with the short period of time that they had. We never expected that we were going to have tremendous gains after 3 to 4 years. They've had a short period of time. They've had a lot of public and private capital that has been poured into this organization, and there's a tremendous amount of pressure that's associated with that too. You've got people that have invested their personal dollars into this organization because they believe it. They believe in Greenville. They believe in Pitt County in general. And the ENC Alliance is working their tails off right now to be able to bring jobs to our area. We can still have discussions about how we continue to see good quality paying jobs here, how we see good stewards for environmental aspects as well. But I just want to say that the Greenville ENC Alliance has done so much for our community, and I'm thankful for their hard work. Councilmember Daniels.
So I like to say that I also think that the Alliance has done a great job. I think it's important that we realize that this is new. And with our relationships, we don't throw them away because one or two things that we dislike has come up. Excuse me. I think I'd like to see more diversity on the Alliance, not just African Americans, but women. The businesses that they bring to us. I think, you know, this brings to mind to me throwing the bathwater out with the baby, or vice versa, whichever one it was. I think modification would be good. I think this is a good time for us to come together as a community, as businesses, and make this work for everyone. And some, you know, we may not agree on everything. We're not going to agree on everything. But again, I do think they've done a great job, and I do think we need to work together to improve it, because we don't want to stop businesses from coming to Greenville. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move forward to the vote?
Do you want to make that part of it like a?
Remind me, I believe it's Councilmember Smiley, Councilmember Robinson
That's
for the
right.
second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Wait, we have a question. I have a question. If we were to make modifications to the agreement, it would have to happen before we voted on it tonight. We can't go back and say we
But I
weren't.
understand.
So they can make mutually agreeable ones anytime?
Can I get that?
That's in the,
No, I
that's
was
in
asking.
the agreement, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Was that part of the agreement that you had? That was my understanding.
So the actual agreement does have a modification clause, but I think it would behoove us if we can agree on something tonight.
Yeah,
I don't
Are
think
we-
go
are we-
ahead
are we
and
pre- are we
add that.
prepared
It-
to
and
create
I don't
policy here
think
from the
we are,
dais
but-
tonight?
No.
I mean, I would be very reluctant to do something like that.
So, I mean, once this, if we approve it tonight for signature, absent some type of substantive change, if something is substantive change in terms of the agreement, it would have to come back. But if it's something minor, we could get it signed. So I mean, I've heard you all's comments about accountability and transparency and provisions that would help fulfill those needs, or wants, I guess I should really say. But what does that really look like?
And I guess my question also is, even if we accept this tonight, that doesn't prevent us from sitting down with ENC Alliance and having conversations. Is that not correct?
That's true.
Because this is not the end all.
One more question.
Councilmember Blackburn.
What you've heard tonight about concern for the environment, concern for being a good neighbor to wherever business is going to locate, do you consider those things the kind of modifications that could take place after we have approved the agreement, or is that something that would have to come back and be a new agreement?
I think that the issue that we look at is what several of the council members have said in terms of there are other regulatory agencies who handle those issues. I don't really think that's something we would want to modify in this particular agreement and put the onus on ENC to be held accountable if something should go south. There are other, like I said, other regulatory agencies who handle those particular types of environmental issues.
And I think I'm not talking about, me personally, I'm not talking about, regulations. I'm talking about promoting the green economy, environmental stewardship, more qualitative issues that I would like to see in the recruitment.
Yeah, that's just language. I mean, that would be a conversation to be had with ENC, though, to understand what that really looks like and what they can reasonably be able to achieve in terms of those types of efforts.
But I think that's just like Councilmember Smiley said, that would be up to us when those businesses are presented.
All right,
Thank
any other
you.
questions? Motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Robinson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 23.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 23 is the approval of the draft 2021 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. I'll call forward the Housing Manager, Tiana Berryman, for the presentation. Tiana?
Good evening,
Berryman.
Council. Okay, so the CAPER is a requirement set by HUD for communities benefiting from CDBG and home dollars. Essentially, it details the resources that were made available, shows how those resources were invested in the community. It reports on accomplishments from the previous year, shares demographic information about services or recipients of services, and any other actions, as well as citizen participation efforts. Okay, so this chart shows the funds that were made available that are required to that staff is required to report on in this in the CAPER. You can see we had a little over $1 million in CDBG, about $500,000 of home investment partnership funding. This is unrelated to any ARPA funding, and our CDBG CV funds, which was a special designation of funding for COVID relief efforts. Okay, so much of the CDBG funding went to our rehab program, our subrecipient funding to support nonprofits, and some related administrative costs. Our home program was utilized almost completely in this instance for down payment assistance, with a large portion of the balance being set aside for new construction and like the Arlington, the Taft Mills project that we'll speak about in just a bit, as well as the CDBG CV funding was made available for the emergency rental assistance and small business assistance, with a small portion of that set aside for administrative costs. Okay, here's an overview of some of the outcomes. There were 13 rehabs that were under construction in the previous year, 3 of which closed and 10 are ongoing. We had 220 households that received assistance, 220 households that were financially affected by COVID who received assistance through our emergency rental assistance program. 18 small businesses were supported through our small business program that were impacted by COVID. And then 480 households reported being served through our subrecipient funding. We contracted with several minority contractors who received all the contracts for our rehab programs, just shy of $700,000, and there were 6 nonprofit service providers who were able to extend our reach through the community. All right, the citizen participation is set. Guidelines are set by HUD. We are required to advertise for 15 days. Staff has made the draft report available online and in the office. A public meeting was held yesterday at the Affordable Housing Loan Committee meeting, and today's public hearing will satisfy the requirements. Staff intends to submit the report to HUD by the end of the month. So staff recommends holding the public hearing and approving the CAPER for the CDBG and home programs, and authorize staff to submit to HUD for final review and approval.
Any questions for Ms. Berryman? Anybody alive here? That was the most incredible presentation of the night. So
I missed most of it. Can you start over?
And no questions. The public hearing is now open. Those
No,
who speak on behalf of the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, those in opposition to the applicant may come forward. Please state your name for the record. First person has 10 minutes. All others have 3 minutes. Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Open for board discussion or motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion been made by Councilmember Bell, second by Councilmember Daniels. Any other discussion?
One thing, this is the, if I could, this is the kind of program that I think earlier when we were looking at the gentleman whose house had burned, some of these funds, and I think after speaking with Councilmember Daniels, there's a lot of competition for this money. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
So our owner-occupied rehab program is what I believe is being referred to. The owner does have to reside in the home, so that would be the difference. But we do have quite an extensive waiting list. This is our most funded program. We do receive a lot of requests and takes the most of our staff time and resources, so it's pretty popular.
Do you have any programs for someone whose home was so substantially damaged they couldn't live in it? I mean, it seems almost like a technicality that he wouldn't qualify. He can't live in the home because it's so damaged.
We have instances where the home is not safe for the individual to remain in. We've had those instances, and staff was able to, come in and help to preserve the life of the residents. But again, they do have to be residing in the home.
Thank you.
All right, motion's been made. Properly second. You got a motion?
Got it.
Did
All
you
right.
say probably seconded?
Probably.
Yes, Les seconded. We got
All right.
invested.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to other items of business. Number 24, Madam Manager.
Thank you. Item 24 are resolutions authorizing the condemnation to acquire certain property for the Build Grant project. Again, City Attorney Danae Alexander has a presentation. Ms. Alexander.
Come on down.
Good evening, again. So as Madam Manager just stated, this is condemnation actions for our build projects. As you all know, we are on a fast track in terms of some of the phases to try to finish acquiring approximately 100 parcels. And Telix is managing the property acquisition on behalf of the city, and they are working to negotiate with the property owners. We unfortunately are back in a position where there are some parcels that they've been unable to successfully negotiate. And at this point, we're having to evaluate alternative routes to get there, and that alternative route is condemnation. Outside counsel will once again be handling the actions on behalf of the city. So I have some breaking news for you all hot off the press. We, as of tonight, settled another matter. So you'll notice that one parcel on here is crossed out because we were able to successfully settle it. Like I said, hot off the press, we were able to settle another matter. So 11304, third one down, will also be coming off the list. And there's anticipation of possibly another one settling, but we'll go ahead and get it approved tonight if possible, in the event that does not follow through. So with that being said, there are 6 parcels before you tonight that will need to be approved. They're easements and or right-of-ways. We're not taking any properties in fee simple, and nobody will be displaced. So with that being said, I would ask for you all to provide us with authorization to proceed with the condemnation actions. Telix will be able to continue negotiating with the property owners, and there is, unfortunately, the opportunity for additional properties to be brought for council as we're continuing this build project. So with that being said, like I said, 6 properties are under consideration, so 11304 would come off the list as well. So these are just the maps. All of these properties are located along West 5th Street, which is phase 2 of the project. These are the first 6 parcels. And then the next sheet captures the last parcel, which will hopefully come off the list as well.
So is it 7 parcels or?
So you all will be approving 6 parcels tonight, and I'll go back to this slide. Like I said, 11304 will come off the list, and it'll be the remaining 6.
Anybody got any questions? Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, motion been made by Councilmember Bell, second by Councilmember Daniels. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Move on to item 25.
Thank you. Item 25 is a presentation on the Draft Pitt County Comprehensive Transportation Plan. I'll call forward Elia De Jesus, who's our transportation planner and our MPO coordinator.
I'm sorry you had to sit through 4 hours.
Allow me time to work. So.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to present today the Pitt County Comprehensive Transportation Plan update. Right now, this stage is just move forward. So right now we are. This is just an informational item. We are at the draft stages of the plan. We started this plan in September 2020, and we tentatively looking for adoption from City Council next year. What we're going to cover today is what actually is the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, and what are these recommendations and the next steps in the schedule. So CTP, or Comprehensive Transportation Plan, you will hear a lot, and you will hear the acronym in the future as I go through this. It stands for this Comprehensive Transportation Plan. It covers it's a long-range document that covers multimodal transportation recommendations, and is developed in cooperation or cooperatively with the stakeholders. That means residents, businesses, the Greenville MPO, the Medes RPO, Pitt County, its municipalities, and NCDOT. This is my first time doing a presentation to City Council. Apologize.
You're crushing it, don't worry.
Where we left off. Okay, it determines the needs, the transportation needs for 2045, and needs required by law, state law. So it incorporates basically land use plans, community plans, community and statewide goals as well. The recommendations are concepts. That's something very important to keep in mind. There are no funding tied to these projects or recommendations that you see in the agenda packet. And before I forget, I wanted to mention that as part of the plan under review, we have the Multimodal Transportation Commission reviewing the bike ped recommendation aspects, and one of the members of the commission is here with us, is Mr. Bob Evans. He's in attendance. They have reviewed the recommendations that you're about to see. So we basically we have projects recommendations. Additional analysis will need to be done to finalize the location and design. And the plan covers common long-range vision for facilities among the local government, MPO, RPO, and DOT. That's why it's comprehensive. So the plan, this is where it fits in the big picture when we are talking about transportation projects, when we finally see them on the ground. So this is the first stage, basically. So this is the planning aspect. We determine the needs, then we move to selecting the projects to prioritize them. And once the projects are scored and some of them are funded, we then move forward with plan and design, construction, and future maintenance and operations. In this plan, right now, the draft plan has 94 highway recommendations. The MPO, the Greenville composed most of it. It has, I think it's 32 or 43 recommendations within the ETJ, and they are in the packet as the working maps that we sent to the council. And it also has 157 bicycle and pedestrian recommendations. They're also part of the working map packet. They're all, the plan recommendations are adapted from the last plan we adopted, that is the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, that was adopted by the City Council back in 2019. And we have a link that sends you to the reports, some of the reports beyond the working maps that we provided. So this is how it looks, the highway recommendations. This is a new version. This is what's called as CTP 2.0. So it changes, it looks different to what it used to be a CDP, and CDP version used to look, it looks different than what used to be the thoroughfare plan that this is actually replacing. So you will see in the symbology, it's mostly symbolized based on main priority for the corridor. So you will see congestion mobility as a red line and dashed line as a new location. So you will see access management operations in blue and modernization in light blue. Other that usually falls safety, economic development as in yellow. And we actually point out interchanges, bridges, overpass, intersection improvements that we have recommended in the plans to be improved. And these are the Greenville, these are the bicycle and pedestrian recommendations. As you will see, these recommendations mimic our active transportation plan recommendations and our metropolitan transportation plan recommendations that was adopted by City Council. And what you see in the map is the thick lines are the recommended or proposed improvements. The thinner lines are existing, and you will see that most of our area it basically recommends multi-use paths or side paths, separated facility, as it was recognized by the city, the residents, and also the DOT's, the division that maintains the roads. So we are now at the stage of public involvement. We're gonna have public meetings in November, and we actually have a survey that I encourage to participate and let us know your thoughts on the plan. And these are the links to access the maps, the survey, and all the information that has been developed. And now the final steps. In 2023, we're going to then request the City Council to approve the recommendations of the final plan. After city approves the recommendations, we will move the recommendations to the MPO, and then those once MPO adopts the plan or endorse the plan, DOT will finally adopt the plan in 2023, maybe by summer. And I think those are. Yes, this is. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to. This is the contact information from me, Eli De Jesus, and we also have Phil Gary, that is the transportation engineer from DOT that has been working on developing the plan, and Ben Rogers from Pitt County. Does anyone has any questions about the plan or the recommendations?
I don't. I will say I appreciate everything that you do through the MPO. You know, I know it's a lot of work and it's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and there's a tremendous amount of funding that's needed in not only just Greenville but all of Eastern North Carolina. And you know, I appreciate the hard work that you guys put in. I know, you know, for us from a council, I mean, that is the #1 complaint I get is our road and our infrastructure. You know, and the condition that it's in, and the fact that, you know, I go to those meetings, you work every single day on this. You know, it is like sometimes clawing to be able to get funding for different projects because it's so limited, and everybody around the state is trying to do the exact same thing that we are doing here. So I know it's real difficult. I will say, I forgot to say this, I don't know, you might already know this, Ann, but I was so pleased the last meeting, because I kicked and screamed the meeting before that because I found out the traffic signalization program was unfunded. Guess what's funded now? The traffic signalization program. So I appreciate, you know, that, because I think that's a tremendous thing for us. That's going to help out in so many different aspects. It's a small little piece to the puzzle, but I appreciate the work that you do. I know how hard it is. I know it's difficult. You got to work with multiple different agencies, different government bodies to do it. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Next item here.
Yep, let's go to
Next item is a budget ordinance number 2 to the 22-23 capital projects fund ordinance and the occupancy tax fund. Financial Services Director Byron Hayes has the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
This is Budget Amendment 2. Budget Amendment 2 includes adjustments to the Rec and Parks Capital Project Fund, the Occupancy Tax Fund, and the Public Works Capital Projects Fund. We are appropriating occupancy tax for the the design of the convention center pedestrian mall renovation. It's an increase of $40,000. And we are recognizing grant funding from the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources for recreation trails at Wildwood Park, which is an increase of $55,000. So as a result, the city's operating fund remains unchanged at $160.7 million. And staff recommends approval of the capital project fund ordinance and the special revenue fund ordinance. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Hayes?
Move to approve.
Second. Motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley.
Seconded by
Councilmember
5
Bell.
members of council.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right. Let's take like about a 15-minute break.
Absolutely not.
I'm just kidding. Dustin's like, it's been 4 hours.
Well, he only got here at like hour 3.
All right.
Okay.
27, here we go.
Last item is an application to the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency for Rebuild NC grant to supplement Arlington Trace. Tiana Berryman will have the presentation, and then she'll turn it over to our partners at Taft Mills. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to be presenting on an opportunity to leverage state funding through this office for Arlington Trace. Just a little bit of background. So council approved the commitment of $1 million for the development of Arlington Trace, which is a 180-unit rental housing project in December of 2021. The loan terms were brought back to council June of this year and were approved at that time. And staff has been working closely with the Taft Mills Group to ensure we're on track for closing and moving forward on the project. We were recently made aware that there have been some cost increases similar to many other construction projects, and also that the Office of Recovery and Resiliency has funding available that could assist with some of those increases. And so we've got CJ Tyree from Taft Mills Group. This funding will require a joint application, so I'm going to let him take it away, and then we'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berryman, and thank you, council members, for hosting us tonight and fitting us on the agenda. As she said, I'm CJ Tyree with Taft Mills Group. You deal more often with my partner, Dustin Mills. He thought he had a conflict, but this meeting went a little longer than probably expected. So appreciate you guys fitting us on the agenda. We have a tight timeline on an application that, as she said, is very important to us. So appreciate you guys fitting us in. I'll try to keep it short, but obviously answer any questions. We just have an aerial of where the site is, just to kind of refresh memory. It's basically at the intersection of Dickinson Avenue and Arlington. Again, this is a project that this council supported with a home loan not quite a year ago, but this board approved that. The project, we've been working on this a long time, and as she said, construction costs, interest rates, we've been fighting to keep this one alive, and we were happy to see a lifeline kind of thrown out to us here recently. As I'm sure anybody who pays attention to anything knows, costs are going up significantly in the last year or two, especially on construction costs. We've seen a $3 million price increase on this job in the last 9-12 months. Interest rates are also crushing us. As perm loan interest rates are going up, we're losing literally millions of dollars of loan proceeds. And again, we're scratching and clawing and pulling every lever we can to keep the deal alive. Next slide, please. And along comes the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency with an affordable housing program it's federal dollars, CDBG, similar to the home funds that we already have on the project. They have that to deploy in specific counties impacted by hurricanes. And one of the things they're deploying for is affordable housing because, again, the hurricanes hurt affordable housing in general. So the interesting thing here is as Berryman said, the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency requires that the city partner with us on the application, and they need the city to basically administer the monitoring of the project, and that's part of their program requirements. And in this case, luckily, the city is already involved in the project, already monitoring the project for the home dollars that you guys have already approved. So we think the request here is fairly minimal in the sense that we're asking you to monitor something you were already going to monitor anyway. Next slide, please. And so what this does, basically, we've come to ask for one of two options. One is just filling the gap we already have on the deal is about a $2 million request. The second approach would be to lower rents from where they currently are. Again, one of the things we've been unfortunately having to do is raise rents to keep the deal alive. This allows us to bring them back lower than we've ever had them if we request $5 million from this pot of $19 million that the state is administering. This costs the city nothing. This $5 million comes entirely from the state. What they're asking the city to do, again, is to help administer the loan and monitor the project over time, which, again, the city is doing anyway. But the real kicker, I think, that hopefully is enticing to the city is the state is granting the money to the city to loan to us with a 20-year term, and the state is saying when that repayment is required in 20 years, the city can keep it. So not only are we not asking for additional dollars from the city, but when that money is repaid by us, it is kept by the city. So again, I'm gonna try to keep it short, happy to answer any questions, but the punchline is no additional dollars from the city, no real additional monitoring, although you do have to monitor, but not really additional to what you were doing. And in the long term, payment back to the city of this $5 million that we're requesting. And again, we've come at it with two different angles. We think that the $5 million makes the most sense, obviously, for us. It allows us to charge lower rents, which I think is positive for this body. It also increases the loan amount that would ultimately be repaid to the city. So with that, I don't know if we have anything else or if there's any questions, but happy to answer anything.
All right, so in the interest of affordable housing, staff recommends submitting an application to the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency for supplemental funding in the amount of $4,985,000 to support development of Arlington Trace.
Councilmember Daniels?
The lowering of the rent, is that a timeline on that? If you know.
Yeah, so our rents, I think what you're saying is, will they go up? Is that your
Correct,
question?
yes,
We're allowed to increase rents inflationary. It actually, the funding behind this deal largely is the low-income housing tax credit administered by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. They have to approve rent increases. It's usually inflationary 2-ish% a year. So our lowering right now is substantial, and they'll be very below market rents. They'll be below even most affordable projects. And the commitment is that we have to keep them affordable for at least 20 years. So that's at or below 60% of area median income for at least 20 years. We're so far below that, again, I just want to make sure it's clear that we can go up, and we probably will go up as operating expenses go up, but we're have to get that approved by the state agency that they're agreeing that we're raising them specifically to address operating expense increases.
Okay, great, thank you.
Question?
Councilmember Blackburn?
So Encore gives us the money and it's provided to you, and then you pay it back, but we keep it.
That's right.
It's a grant.
But not for the
It's
project.
a grant.
It's a grant
and
to us, but.
The program dollars are federal dollars, and they require the agency to donate them to a city government that loans them to projects. So it's a requirement of the program that the dollars are granted to the city and then loaned to the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Move to approve the staff recommendation.
All right, motion been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Robinson. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
Congratulations.
We'll move on to the city manager's report.
No reports.
Move on to comments from the mayor and city council. Councilmember Robinson.
No comments, thank you. I've said enough tonight.
Councilmember Bell.
I've just got two. I was not able to, deliberate on item number 22, so I'll just keep my comments really short on that one. The ENC Alliance has done great work in our community. It's been a great investment and a great return on our investment. They've created hundreds of jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investment and expansion. to insinuate in any sort of way that it's been a bad investment, for our community would be ridiculous. We've got some problems we got to address, and that's why we have oversight on that board here at this level, and then also have members of the general public on that board serving. So thank you to the NC Alliance for the work that you all have done. My second comment is kind of a plea to my colleagues. People ask me all the time about city council. How do I do what I do? How do I juggle all the things that I do? And I tell them all the time, the meetings are typically not the hard part, or they shouldn't be. The hard part is the homework before, reading the agendas, doing the correspondence, the emails, with constituents, taking phone calls, responding to letters, all those different things. It becomes a completely arduous process if we do not utilize the city staff that is at our disposal every day of the week. I have texted our city manager at midnight on a Friday before, and she responds. They are at our disposal. They are there for us. Let's be smart and efficient with our time and be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. Every minute we are here longer is more dollars coming out of the taxpayer's pocket. Let's ask our questions and do our homework in advance. There were 2 agenda items tonight where we did not have, where it was the last 2 items where they were members that were not our staff, where we did not have access to them before. Let's be efficient. Let's ask our questions ahead of time and do our homework. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Smiley.
I have no comments.
Councilmember Blackburn.
I would like to invite everybody to attend a forum, or it's actually a sort of a combined town hall and forum with districts 1, 2, and 3, and this will be at 6 o'clock on Thursday night, September 15th. This is a forum about housing. This is a forum where we're inviting the public to come and be heard, and we're also bringing some guests who will be on hand to answer questions and match people up with resources. So this is Thursday night, September 15th at 6 p.m. It's here at City Hall, so please, everyone, come and join that housing forum. It is being hosted, or I guess the representatives who are bringing it together are Mayor Pro Tem Rose Glover, District 1 Councilmember Monica Daniels, and myself for District 3. Thank you.
Councilmember Daniels.
No comment.
Mayor Pro Tem Glover.
No comments.
All right, that leaves me as the final one. So before I go on my comments, I've got a little bit of special information to let everybody know. If anybody's up at 10:15 tonight, I know this meeting is probably about 2 hours longer than we're used to. It's a special day today here. It's September 8th, 2022, and it just so happens to be one of my colleagues' birthdays today. And fortunately enough for my colleague, I know his mother. And I reached out to his mother, and we got a special picture of Councilmember Smiley for his birthday today. So I want to wish Councilmember Smiley a happy birthday today. Can anybody see the picture yet?
Let's see.
There we go. We got several pictures of him. Look at that young little boy.
Yeah, that was our jack-o'-pepper that we made a pumpkin. We made a jack-o'-lantern out of a green pepper and put a little candle in it.
So happy birthday to Councilmember Rick Smiley.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And now the mayor's going to sing
yeah.
solo of Happy Birthday.
Turn off the mics.
No singing, no singing. Only comments I have is continue to come out and support our Pirates. Congratulations. They played really well this last week. You know, unfortunately, we had not the ending that we wanted, but, you know, it is a long season. The Pirates are improving dramatically. Coach Houston is an incredible coach. We've got some great athletes out there. We're going to whoop Old Dominion this weekend, get back on track, and keep winning. So make sure you get out there and support the Pirates. Really good. Hope everybody had a good Labor Day today, or this last weekend. Hopefully you're able to enjoy it a little bit. And then last, I want to say thank you to our Greenville Police Department for the hard work and dedication that you guys put in. Chief, thank you so much for all that you do. I appreciate you tonight stepping up and, you know, taking care of what needed to be taken care of. I mean, democracy was created for everybody to have a voice, but there's also a process with it too. And for you guys to step in and be able to protect that and protect democracy at its finest, I appreciate that. You guys do an incredible job with our city. As everybody knows, that we've had several criminal things that have happened over the last several weeks into the months, and you guys have a tough job out there. You're out there, you're doing things that nobody else in our community wants to do. You protect and you serve. You respond to things that I would never want to show up to respond. You see things that none of us want to see, and you have to be in really difficult positions. So thank you to our men and women of the Greenville Police Department, all of our law enforcement officers throughout the entire country that are working hard day in, day out. So thank you guys for your hard work, and I don't care what anybody says, you're doing a great job. So, and then, what was the last thing I wanted to say?
Motion
Yeah,
to
but
go
there
into
was something
closed
else I was going to say too.
Closed
Golly.
session.
No, there's something else I was going to say. I don't know, you got me all confused now.
It's that picture of the Jack of Pepper.
Oh, also, I wanted to take up for both my colleagues today. They were attacked during some of the public comment period. Councilmember Daniels and Mayor Pro Tem Glover. I know you guys personally, and I know how incredibly hard you guys work for our community. I know how hard you work with the police department, how hard you work on community relations. You're out in the public. So the comments that you get are not deserved. You guys do a great job. I appreciate everything that both of you do, and you continue to do a good job for the community. So thank you for what you guys do.
Absolutely.
And with that, I need I believe our attorney is going to give us the motion to go into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor and council members, I recommend the council adopt the following motion holding a closed session for the following reasons. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute, Section 143-318.11A5, to provide instructions to city staff in negotiating the purchase price and other material contract terms for the acquisition and purchase of the following properties for possible public purposes, including recreational purposes. Parcel ID number 00598 and adjoining properties, size of property 7.76 acres, and such property abutting city parcel 18832, address 1700 Evans Street, properties owned by Arthur Living Trust and Lewis and Julia Arthur, and an option held by Mr. Leighton Blunt.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been made by Councilmember Smiley, second by Councilmember Blackburn. All those in favor say aye.
Councilmember Meek. Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, we are officially in closed session.
Whoa.
That was a pop right there.